You better be ready to go, GOATs, as with the help of many lovely sponsors, we bring you a match with two teams, one known as Venom Ra and the other one known as Ben Bentley's Babies. That's a triple B right there. For one last GOATs events, allegedly. I'm using him underscore intel, keeping the control in the booth, but the brains behind this operation is going to be ageless. And I gotta ask you a quick question: how many big brains are we expecting out of an event like this?
It's all brains. There's so many talented coaches here. You see the coach, usually the coach role. You'll often see a lot of tanks, a lot of supports, a lot of Sombra. Everyone calls Sombra the coach hero. No Sombra here today though, just GOATs, and it's just Rhine GOATs. No Winston GOATs, no Sombra, no
Jotes
variations.
Yeah, you're not gonna have to. You don't have to deal with anybody on Twitter saying that if you call it Jotes, you're crazy, because that's what I'm terrified of. But I'm still yeah, I'm absolutely excited because we're kind of more into the later end of this event. So beforehand, teams have been playing, but now this is where they get an opportunity to show themselves on stream, be a little mimi, have a little fun, especially with both of these brackets. Beforehand, you kind of brought up the coaches, and I think that's really important because we're not dealing with traditional players who are going into GOATs. We got a taste of everybody. We've got graphic artists, we've got coaches, we've got assistant managers, we've got anybody who has done anything. And I mean, it's been all over the place. I mean, beforehand, we were talking about like a G-Force coaches in here. We got a Shikigami coach. On the other hand, we've got players who have been in the T3 scene, who have maybe been all around. And I mean, that's really exciting because that means they've got to have a lot of knowledge going into this, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and regardless of even the individual player skill level, whatever your rank is, the intelligence is really there, and you can tell it's people that are passionate about the game. They know the game really well. I think we're going to see some really good play, especially when we are just playing GOATs. There's no danger of a Widow taking over the match or something like that makes it a little bit dicier for everyone if there's a big SR disparity there. So it's really going to come down to communication, your cooldown usage, ultimate usage, all these things like this, and because you're basically just moving as one big cloud and smashing into each other. But there's so much else happening during these fights, so it's something that we really want to be taking a look at throughout the day. Speaking of today's schedule, we're going to start off with Venom Raw, Ben Bradley's Babes. That's right now. You're joining me and user intel here, and then upper finals coming up in 1 hour, and then the losers finals coming up an hour, and then the upper finals winner is going to play the losers final winner for our grand finals at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. And just as a heads up as well, these matches, or at least very early on, they're going to be first to two. We're not really reaching first to three until we get to that grand final. So mistakes are going to be a lot more noticeable. But look at the bright side. If they make it all the way to that third map, they get a possible King's Row. And that's what they always crave in this game mode.
Everyone is just waiting for King's Row to play some Reinhardt. Everyone's going to be playing Reinhardt anyway, so what a better map to be putting it on for our last one to decide who's going to walk away. You can see the journey that some of these teams have been on. Venom Raw doing just fine. Hasn't dropped a map, actually, in the bracket.
And that's incredibly impressive. I'm not fairly used to seeing something like that. And I mean, yes, Ben Bradley Babies, they've done pretty much the same. They're relying on coming in with that momentum, but both of these teams are about even. So I guess on my mind is who's going to be that top dog, especially because neither one, they've got the same story. But at least when we kind of look it down, Ben Bradley's, they've taken a loss before. Venom are the ones who've gone 3-0. Ben Bradley Babes have gone 2-1 in the entirety of this event, so they aren't necessarily, undefeated. But fundamentally, I just feel that Ben Bradley Babies have got more recognizable players, and maybe that's kind of influencing my bias because I think they may have a little bit of a stronger lead in these games.
Yeah, we're really gonna see if those big, that we have Mikro on from GeForce and Young and Beautiful now. Obviously, maybe this is obviously an incredibly low pressure tournament, but maybe the pressure's on a little bit. That's quite a bit of success, especially coming out of that tier 3 scene. So, and as you were saying, yeah, they have not dropped a map this tournament, so it's gonna be up to Ben Bradley's Babes to, take that first map, maybe take the first match off of them here. And you can see the rosters are up on our screen here. Lots of talented folks here. We've seen, the Ronins, the co-owner of McHenry County Esports Academy, which I was doing some research before the match on. This is really cool. There's a lot of these people are running some really interesting programs. T-Champ and Soytab are coaches for the MCEA Lions in HSEL as well. So some people who have definitely worked together before. I'm going to be looking at specifically those two to really be working well together and have that communication, which might give them an edge over Ben Bradley's Babes.
Yeah, we'll have to see. With the first map being Lijiang Tower, at least we're walking back to the fundamentals. We've always got to have a bit of fun very early on, especially when these sponsors have done an amazing job of making sure that this is all possible. Before we really get into the map, I do want to give a big love to Vite Ramen, because they've been a very consistent sponsor for Natter's tournament, and we are absolutely grateful and ecstatic for their continued support, especially within this community.
Yeah, Vite Ramen seems to pop up every like really interesting or really, there's always a great team behind whatever tournament they're supporting, and this is no exception. So they make great ramen. You can check out their website, and they provide a lot of support to esports and Overwatch in general.
Yeah, but now let's take a second to look. There's not gonna be much of an analysis. I'll be straight up. Because it's as you said, there's no differences. They're working out on the same type of composition, but I feel that's really going to be the problem, where individual differences, that's going to be the big opener, right?
Yeah, it's really going to be coming down to who's going to, it's a lot of jockeying for position early here. You can see everyone trying to take their place outside of the point.
Yeah, they're making sure to play right by this shrine, although losing on your Reinhardt basically means the end of the fight. Venom, they're just going to be able to hard aggress, although losing out your own, it's really not going to be the biggest problem. And as well, look at the ult economy difference. I mean, Ben Bradley's, they're still committing semi into this fight because they know if they get their Reinhardt back in, they can kind of pseudo take it back. But, I mean, with the Zarya gone, poor PDK, that's a full reset, and they're very lacking behind.
Yeah, that's big. As soon as your Zarya's gone, that is all of your damage kind of right out the window there. Obviously, Reinhardt can swing the hammer, but you're really relying on your Zarya to be providing the brunt of that damage. You can see how fast the ultimates are being built up here. Almost a full 6 here for Venom.
They're going to be looking to fight this out. That rally's going to be them self-sustained. They don't really have much to worry about. I'm loving the fact that Ben are taking their time. They don't need to commit hard. They have a bunch of ultimates, so it's going to be a big fest. Force your ultimates to make those mistakes, especially with blocking out that shatter, yet eating the grab is much bigger. It's a lot harder for the side of Ben Bradley because they try to use their own shatter, but they get caught inside the grab, and honestly, it's far too much damage. They use the Transcendence late, lose out on the Reinhardt, and as we said, that's basically going to be a quick steamroll. There's not much you can do without that big, heavy shield protecting you.
Yeah, this is huge. They did use absolutely everything to do this, though. They've held on to the shatter. That's it, though. So Zeb going to have that self-destruct. You're going to have the beat to engage with here, which they can use really aggressively. They are looking at a rally here for Venom, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful and on their timing here from Ben Bradley's. Overall, I think they're in a really good position. They're going to start off with the bomb.
My goodness. So a tab was just launched far away, just barely manages to pop out that bubble. It's a nice shatter, forces out that sound barrier, but they're still not fully grouped, and yet they're able to get the isolation onto Ben, find those picks, even a nice boop onto the poor Zenyatta. I mean, the Graviton Surge is a nice theory, but well, that's all it really is going to be. And I mean, we just saw a very quick rush down from the side of Venom. They had a lot of control throughout this map. And are you giving that due to just the Reinhardt plays, being able to stay alive on the side of Venom? Or solely from the fact that we saw a Graviton Surge being eaten? That was kind of massive.
That's huge. You take away one of, the largest kind of anti-rotation tools that a team can have in GOATs. To have it just go to waste is a huge problem for it. I think they were just really good about their ultimate usage. It looked like they had maybe overcommitted, dumping, like 4, I think it was 4 into a single fight there. They got it exactly right, though. They held on to the pieces that they need. They managed to hold on to the Shadow. They managed to hold on to that rally. Definitely not an overcommitment when you look at the results.
I'm going to give it all credit to the Zenyatta on the side of Venom. Building up that Transcendence last fight is going to be amazing, so let's see how they do when we go back to this fight. Benz, they have control. The 4 souls, look at that. That's a charge right in. That was a little risky, but you get the bubble. You're able to stay self-sustained for a little longer, but Venom are struggling right now. They don't have enough of the healing, and as you can see, the Shatter manages to land onto the Zenyatta. They're able to get a free charge into the midst of the fight. They just kind of get rushed down, overwhelmed, and they're not able to survive.
Yeah, really nice engagement here. I think they're going to have to play really aggressively. We saw that Venom came out really aggressively. They're engaging with ultimates. They're engaging with their cooldowns. They're taking these fights where they want to take them. Ben Bradley's, they're going to need to be doing the same if they want to keep up. GOATs is such a tempo composition to be running.
You're already using that rally for the early engagement, but Venom, they're disengaging. They really don't want to fight this. Look at that, there's Zenyatta. Also almost fell down. I mean, the rally's still going to be working fairly well because they have that armor for a little longer, but now they're caught inside the Graviton Surge. Bomb thrown, Graviton Surge, everything's trying to keep them oppressed, but it's the remake from Zeb that is going to be the shutdown for the side of Venom. And I'm kind of interested. They're committing still onto this fight. Wait, the combination for the 4K? That's insane!
This is massive. They don't even use their graph. Soystab still has the graph here. So this is a major piece. They take it back, so 48% up for Ben Bradley's, but they're going to have to rally here hard. And I don't know if Mikro's beat is going to be enough to save them from this grab from Soystab.
I absolutely agree. Even if it just lands, it's still a big risk. They used it very early, and you saw their Reinhardt struggling. They're able to juke it out, but they've lost on Professor Brown. They really need to find a pick if they want to make this salvageable. And you already see them focusing down onto the Reinhardt. They're able to get that trade, keeping the Zarya up. Not for long means they don't really have that damage. And the poor Zenyatta not going to commit that Transcendence. Beautiful understanding, because, well, the points flipped. Would it have been worth it?
This is really tough. So, they use a lot here. I feel like it's worth it for them. This, especially when you're in these control matches, they're forced to come to you now. And both, obviously both these compositions are well suited to brawling on the point, but it just allows stuff like this. There's your grab.
Oh, the bomb is just thrown a little too far, but the Shatter against the follow without a Reinhardt, it's absolutely free. They're going to be holding on to their ultimates a little longer, but they're not gaining the control that we saw them have from beforehand. What's being so different? Is it just the, commitment from Benz that's just finding it?
I think they're finding their aggression. They're playing a lot more confidently here, and we're seeing it pay incredible dividends. Shatter's going to be probably coming out here.
Oh, they're able to land it, but the grab stops them. They didn't have much to be able to defend them, and now those ultimates that they've been holding on to, they're used at the last second to try and reach the point. Brigitte and Lucio, they managed to get the hold, but this is GOATs. I don't really think you're going to be able to last for too long, especially when you're not Brig 1.0. T-Champ's doing their best to try and rotate, get that last second touch, but the moment they even attempt it, they're going to be melted down. The Shatter's going to be hitting those who are coming back. And we're going the extra step over to that third point because the poor baby Diva's not going to have much of a survivability.
This is perfect. I think this is really well played. So, yeah, the Triple Bs really finding their feet here. Playing a lot more aggressively, not giving Venom as much space as they had previously. So I really like this play from them. This is going to be a wild map. I haven't seen GOATs on this map in a long time. I'm really excited to see the small room matchup that comes through here.
I'm a little more uncomfortable in the fact that we don't see a Symmetra. Obviously, they can't pick it,
Yeah.
but I'm too used to it. What is this? It's grown
Yeah. At this
or-
point, it's almost bizarre not seeing the Symmetra come out to either bring them right to the point or at least out of spawn.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Taking-
entirely different usage of the speed boost. Look at that, Benz. They're gonna make it for. My goodness! Look on everybody on the side of Venom. They're living on threads. That's like a 10-second shatter, and it lands. Able to take out T-Champ so quickly, and they're already putting the momentum in their favor. Even if the trades are still fairly even, Venom don't have the overall damage to save themselves.
Yeah, this is big with PDK still alive. We talked about it before. You know, if the Zarya is alive, there's a chance that you can burn out just about everyone. So, yeah, unfortunately, Soytab gets taken out pretty early there, and we're seeing more of this aggression, although the point was just capped, so it's only just starting to tick up now.
Oh, but they don't have any room to go out. That shield is far too low, and I mean, the biggest ultimate that they're working off is that Shatter. But look, there's no time to breathe. They're just rushed on top. They want to try and counter, but another Shatter goes through. You get pinned because of a shield, of a brig shield, and now there's just nothing you could do.
Yeah, this is big, and you know, they're holding on to some of these key ultimates as well. So they're winning these fights, they're doing pretty cheaply. They still got their Transcendence, and you know, no Ana here to negate these Transcendences. So they're getting full value. Grab again up for PDK, and it comes out aggressively.
They're using both of their support ults to try and save themselves. They do manage to protect themselves, even throw out a grab in the counterplay, and they found the brig, but the Transcendence is keeping everybody up. You've left your backline open to the Shatter, and I mean, I'm really seeing it up to Ronin. Using this bomb, force them to disperse. It's a little too high, but you've split them up. You gotta find, no, you do. You get that Reinhardt. Now there's nothing stopping you from walking on to the point, and that's what they've been looking for, that one small mistake that leads into a big opening, as you see them flip sides.
Yeah, this is big. I think Yo-Yo did a great job playing that aggressive Reinhardt. You can't do it forever. Eventually you start running at a long-range grab.
They don't even need to worry. You can't eat it if you don't expect. And then the Shatter in the back. I mean, that's what I call a backstab. My goodness, even getting the team kill. I think we're seeing who's getting that, you know, quote-unquote maintain difference if you want to hit with the little super memes.
This was huge. PDK sets this up incredibly. I don't think anyone saw this grab coming. No chance of eating that, really, because who's lobbing it out from 50 feet? Oh, try to go for Sneaky Shatter.
Oh, yeah, I can expect the unexpected sometimes, but I don't think you really expected that charge, plus everything going inside the room when you're not able to defend yourselves. It ends up leading, and you know, I guess this is what they mean by you really need to just commit your ultimates in Overwatch. If you play first, touch doors, you just have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, they just played incredibly aggressively, and I think maybe caught off guard a little bit in Control Center. Not the case for our final map. That is a pretty clean victory to finish things off. We're going to see PDK's play of the game. Which one of these grabs? This is the super long-range grab.
Oh, they just looked away too!
Yeah, this is so well timed.
I'm just loving the aggression coming out of Ben Bradley's babies. I mean, they feel like absolute full-grown adults right now with how fast they're walking. You know, you expect with little baby legs, you're getting 2 feet across in first map. They definitely felt like toddlers, but right now they put on the big maxi pad diapers, and they're leading. They're leading very convincingly, and I'm gonna give that more to the usage of their ult economy and how well their Reinhardt has just been hitting Q.
Yeah, it seemed like they really woke up. They caught off guard in that first map, and you know, really seemed to get it together, find their footing a little bit. Sometimes it takes teams a little bit to warm up, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah. But I'm still worried. I mean, as a reminder, it's 1st to 2, so Venom's already working in a better win condition right now. Well, not Venom. They're working in a worse win condition. I have to make sure you're paying attention. Because if they mess up once more, it's going to be over for them. And Ben Bradley's, they're going to be able to continue over. They're going to be feeling a lot stronger. I think you want to have those advantages. You want to have those kind of momentum builders early on.
Yeah, this is big. And, Overwatch is a very, momentum-heavy game. It really is going to come down to the mental. Although, I got to say, you got a bunch of really good coaches on both these teams. I feel like the mental is going to be there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Venom come back and rally really hard.
I don't know. I'll give you that, because some of these coaches have been dealing within the tier 2, so their mentals have got to be very strong right now. But if I was a coach, I'd be very sad right now, because it's like you don't have the liberty of hindsight anymore to be able to say, oh, I should have did that. Oh, they had shatter. What am I doing? Oh, I'm not ult tracking. But on the bright side, I'm pretty sure everybody here is friends. They're having a lot of fun. They're making sure that they can, send each other the MTDs in chat. But let's kind of change the subject, because we're going from point A to point B. Next map coming right up is going to be Havana, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't have many memories of Havana with GOAT. I feel like this is like a Deus Ex Machina. Like, it doesn't exist in my brain.
Yeah, it's not something that we usually saw, especially with the Reinhardt. I feel like Winston was a little bit more prevalent, especially as you get into that distillery phase. So I'm very curious to see what kind of rotations we are going to see with the Reinhardt goats here. I think it's just going to come down to this aggression. We saw it from the teams, and if you're able to take that high ground away, if you're able to, take the fights where you want them, if you're engaging aggressively, I think they're going to be just fine. I think this match is very much still up in the air. I think it could go either way. So I'm very curious to see just how everything kind of shakes out for them.
Yeah, but with it like focusing being on the idea of aggression, is it like full team aggression? Is it Reinhardt aggression, ultimate aggressiveness? Because I feel like there's a lot of like aggressiveness titles you can give to each type of player and idea, so I want to get a bit more insight on that.
A lot of this comes down to the Lucios, to be honest. It's using these speed engages and disengages, is your shot caller, and maybe it's your Lucio, maybe it's not, but just having that communication open, being able to pull you back out of fights is so key. And it's, I would say, just as important to have that continued aggression is to give a little bit of ground. Back up a couple meters, and then when you have your proper cooldowns, come back into it. If you can punish those disengages, that's when you see it really start snowballing, which I think we saw, especially on Control Center, was Ben Bradley's wasn't allowing anyone to disengage. They were forcing them to split. They were forcing them to take fights when they weren't ready. And it just seemed like after that first map, Venom was on their heels.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully on this second map, we'll be able to see some differences, especially when, sidetrack, we get help from Latency, tournament organization and a production company dedicated to helping competitors, teams, and content creators perfect their craft. You can join as we provide bigger events for Overwatch, Valorant, and Rocket League communities, but right now they're helping us see if Venom can gain control outside these doors, especially with this wannabe spawn camp, because they're not fully together, but they're not fully split.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Oh, that's a big...
it's pretty interesting. Venom just shut that down before you're even getting a moment to say what's happening or who is positioned where. And I mean, I'm going to give that fully up to the fact that Ben's Bradley's didn't know exactly where they wanted to be.
No, it seemed a little split there, which is, not exactly the name of the game when it comes to GOATs. So they are going to get some forward cart progress here. Building up, oh my god, they'll go so quickly here. You win a team fight, you're already 90% to grab. We're probably going to see this come up pretty quickly.
Oh, they have the perfect opportunity. Wait, oh no! They weren't prepared! The ult tracking missed, they've lost their Zenyatta. And the enemy's transcendence from Mercury, plus these bombs going out, is causing havoc. But it does seem that Venom aren't going to get that control. They were just far too split in. I think losing out on their Zenyatta really cost them.
Yeah, as soon as you lose that Zenyatta, any of your really neutral damage goes away. Zenyatta gets so much value just from existing, just from having those discords out, and being able to pump that consistent damage out. Not really relying on, doesn't need to be up close, there's no fall-off damage. So you can kind of sit back from wherever and pump this damage in. Once that's gone, you're in trouble.
Oh, PDK's grab is going to be eaten, and you see that shatter. It lands beautifully. But Venom, they don't care. Even losing out on their Reinhardt, they're gonna keep moving forward. They didn't even need the shatter to be, a 6. They just needed it to land, and that's all it needed, and that's how it worked.
Yeah, like the strength of GOATs is really greater than the sum of their parts. It's all 6 working together. As soon as you start losing 1 or 2 members, it gets really rough really fast here. And some Reinhardt's obviously the most impactful, but really any of them, and you're in trouble.
Oh, they're gonna have the shatter opportunity. Really focuses on the D.Va, but they got the D-Mech. That's huge. Transcendent comes out a second too late. Now they have nothing to stop. PDK builds up to this Graviton Surge, but they have to rally for the sustain. Oh, that's a far Reinhardt charge, especially with the bubble. The poor souls on Venom are not feeling too happy. They got their met back, but at what cost? PDK is melting them down, and now has that grab for the next fight.
Yeah, this is going to be big. A lot of... Oh, I just can't remember the D.Va. This is, it's not a huge dagger, but it's still a little late. They do have 4 of their ultimates available. Just missing Lucio and Brig. On the other side, though, you're looking at very similar. It's going to come down to usage here. The ultimates are, basically cooldowns with this composition. So, there's a chance at least to be another couple shatters.
I early on I said something about big brain plays. I don't really think that counted as one of them. Now both of the teams are kind of cuddling in with the grab, but that bomb does take out Profess, and this isn't really feeling great for the side of Venom. They have 30 seconds left on the clock. Finding out Toki is absolutely necessary to keep this momentum going, because look, there's not even a little bit of healing more for the side of Ben Bradley's to survive, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to cap. The chances of touching that point is little to nothing.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a cap for them. You can see, D.Va's trying to get smart. This could end really slowly. Did you get the touch?
Oh! Zeb didn't get the full... I mean, Zeb touched it. You were right on that. Zeb did not, hold it. Zeb just gave it a little high five, said next time.
Yeah, I think so. And now they're in a bit of a weird position here. So they're so far forward, and Zeb's D.Va is missing.
Oh. Well, I mean, now Toki's missing. The Zenyatta split from the team. They have to go try and peel in. Though they were a little lost, I feel bad, because that happens to me every time. I don't need that to happen on stream.
Yeah, are you going to get some more cart progress here? Ben Bradley's used, they don't have the bomb anymore. They are building one up. Shatter's gone. Coming up to a couple big ones, though. Grabs available on both sides here, but just the one Transcendence here. So from Vraja, this could be the real difference maker if Venom is able to come out here and put in a grab quickly and manage to not get eaten. Mercury might not have the grab or the Transcendence ready.
Oh, they're able to fling it once again. They do get the charge in, but look at that. Beautiful Transcendence, keeping both sides alive. Prefreff is going to use it once that sound barrier is lightly ending. Ben Bradley's are not fully stacked. They do drop down onto the point, trying to make that difference, and they do find it onto Micro, even getting that charge in, speeding things up. Mercury's not going to have the survivability. The bomb really wants to make the difference, but there's so much natural cover on this point that Venom, they're perfectly safe. They don't have much to worry about, and they even find a couple staggers like PDK.
Yeah, this is big. So PK going down a little bit late means that, a vast majority of your damage isn't going to be available. It is going to come down again to Zeb. Are they going to be able to touch? No, they're just backing off this time. I think they put themselves behind the 8-ball by, losing their D.Va so quick like that. It's a bomb.
That is a really good bomb. Honestly, I sat there. I expected it to not land. It's a really safe spot they were in. But I'm guessing just a little bit of a peak. It's always that D.Va bomb geometrics, whatever trigonometry you really want to be calling it, that gets the edge.
Yeah, this is big, and you can see some of this aggression coming out now. They're not letting anyone come back, and yeah, there goes PDK again. So a lot of card push available for them. Sorry, it's not a very fast hero. They can maybe get the taxi back, but Mikro's got to be really on top of this. You know, they are coming back with, you know, a bunch of ults once again, but it's a little bit tough. Soytab is going to have a grab of their own as we get into this fight. So once again, Merc doesn't have the Transcendence, and here comes one from Vraja.
I love their intentions where they're going with the shadows, but it's not going to be working out too great. That grab is far too high for the hammer to really land consistently, or even the charge. Now it's one big split. I mean, Ben Bradley's D.Va is in the backline of Venom, and it's not fully noticed. Eventually, they are going to lightly be run on, not fully. They do recognize that the bomb's being thrown, but it manages to find out both of the supports. Luckily, there's one left. However, with a minute left on the clock, they don't have enough time to risk losing it. They have to keep fighting it. They have the 2 team members there to take out PDK, but PDK has the damage to fight it.
Oh, this is huge. PDK standing their ground here makes a huge difference. And they're going to have, you know, 40 seconds left. This could get really ugly here if there's any staggers.
I mean, they're relying on this very close spawn. Thank goodness for Havana third point not being the most brutal of everything. The BDK's built up that grab from the last fight. This shatter could be massive in stopping them from following up. You're already seeing the shield not really work, and they go into the back. They're able to find out too. And there's just not enough time to get that full regroup. You have to use the Transcendence, try and stall it out for as long as you can. But I'm scared, Ageless!
Oh, this is so rough coming down. And then, yeah, as soon as Roger's Transcendence is done, they're finished off. Solo beat there, or I guess they did manage to catch the Reinhardt, but I don't think this is going to be enough.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. As much as I love, you know, T-Champ gets taken out by the bomb, that Brigida's doing their best, but there's a Reinhardt still freely there, and that hammer takes you out maybe 3 swings, though they are able to regroup with the rest of the team, so they're gaining a lot more sustainability, and they even find out the Reinhardt, but, I mean, it's the Graviton Surge that you have to be worrying out for. Luckily, it's not going to have too much of a follow-up, but with the Brigida falling, Reinhardt, Lucio don't have what it takes to last forever, and they're basically going to be the last people to touch this point. Respawns are no longer in their favor, but I gotta give them props. They stalled that out very long. Though I would say some teams may mentally already be planning the next stage.
Absolutely. And it was kind of an interesting spot for the payload to stop. You usually see it stop a little bit further, kind of at that like awful choke that happens right before the end. It ended up in a really curious place because both teams sort of had like a similar spawn time, so everyone's just kind of like coming back, very scrappy to end that off. I think this worked honestly really well for Ben Bradley's Babes. They're able to just chew the time down a little bit at a time. What looked like it could have been a bit of a rough go on that first point when they got staggered and then had a tough time through the distillery. Turn things around. Really nice hold on third point.
But I mean, we're having a bit of romance going on in the chat. I'll give them that. I can't not comment on it. It caught me so off guard. But you're right. However, Venom still have a sizable win condition. I think one of the shining players has just been T-Champ, having those sound barriers. It's been controlling how fast they want to go. But I don't know. I think PDK's just been doing a better job compared to Soatab when it comes to being that Zarya, getting those bubbles, and having the damage.
Yeah, Soytab did a fantastic job there. And, you know, I feel like I really want to point out our Zenyatas as well. Mercury did a nice job there building the Transcendence a little bit slower, but it seemed to like just be enough that they were actually getting the second Transcendence off, just a second behind, which is actually really advantageous for them. So, so far, basically keeping pace. If Raja can increase their rate of Transcendence, they're going to be in a really good place.
I mean, they're already doubling it, but they're playing in such a risky position that they get picked off. And I mean, it would have been so good to have that Zenyatta alive. When you take out Zeb's mech, there's less damage being eaten. However, Venom are very split, as you can see, though that charge is not feeling the greatest. They built up to the shatter. This could be a big play moment if they decide they really want to be a little dirty. But I think they're going to save it for the next fight.
Yeah, I think they're going to hold on to this. So, you know, both sides almost at all 6 ultimates here. Yuio lagging behind on the Shatter, but doing just fine here. It's going to come down to usage. Everyone has all the tools available. It's going to be a Q party, I think, this next one.
I'd like to call it a Q Fiesta, because look, there's grabs, Sunbear, rallies, transcendence, everything's being thrown out, but we see the Shatter get saved for a couple seconds. It's the Diva, but a counter one is bigger from the side of Professor. They do use that Soundbear, not enough to save Mercury or Toki even. Oh my goodness, I understand you want that Ryan 1v1, but not like this.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Really nice retake there. It was a really nice re-engagement. Oh boy, except Seb is in spot of trouble here, completely separated from the team.
So not every ultimate, not the staggering goats. You can't staggering goats, guys. You can't.
No.
Listen, I want to see a 3K remake.
Yeah, this could get a little dangerous. There's a couple changes since goats, like the remake damage could prove very deadly.
But they don't even get a chance to breathe without that Diva there. Who's gonna stop Robin from throwing in that bomb? Finding two. Oh, look at that once again.
No.
For Zeb. Oh, Zeb. You know, I'm starting to feel the anger coming from these players. Zeb is not looking at them very nicely.
Yeah, this is pulls out the Bunny Blaster. We'll see if they can get the mech back. This is rough though. That's 2 Diva mech staggers in a row. Another change that I wanted to point out too was their Reinhardt damage on Shatter. So this is also new and kind of plays really well into goats, is the 250 damage.
Oh, that's a beautiful Shatter. Once again, Venom having that beautiful chance. Sorry. Well, the Transcendence does its great job, but poor Ben Radleys aren't going to have the opportunity. But they've had pretty consistent retakes right now, and they still have a good opportunity of trying to be a little safer. They have 3 ultimates. Venom, they're building it up last second.
Yeah, this is going to be their fight to win. They have the grab. There's no Zenyatta Transcendence on the other side. We're seeing the other come out really aggressively.
They're doing their best. We see that try, but that 3K bomb coming in from Ben to Bradley was exactly what they're looking for. However, in Ageless, however, capital H, still one more fight on this point.
Oh yeah, there's going to be plenty of time to recontest. And now this flipped. So now Soitab does have the Graviton Surge at Mercury. No Transcendence to use because they used it to engage last time, which they might want that one back. I think they probably could have gotten away with winning that fight without it. We'll see though.
We see that Shatter go into the back, focus onto the Diva, but the grab is trying to take out PDK. They've been a big player. And see, Micro's even going to be falling out too. They have the rally. This is their last chance to keep this in their favor, but it's not working out well. They are being melted down. We even see the Transcendence coming out last second, making sure that they survive. But, you said it best. It was just a warm-up on map 1. Venom Ra! They're making sure that we get to go above and beyond for that possible King's Row.
Play of the game.
I'm really excited to see this. I think, Yuio had a decent map. There's a couple points where you could see they got isolated or pressured to to leave their team behind. This being one of them as they charge away. Unfortunately, just a well-placed bomb finishes that fight off. So we are going to be headed to map 3 with that potential for King's Row. But we're going to take a quick break first. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. We've gotten the extra step. We've reached the 1-to-1, 2 fingers. Wait, no. 1 finger of each hand pointed up. I gotta say that I'm still enjoying how very flashy both of these teams have been playing so far.
Yeah, they've been going for the big plays, the long-range grabs, the kind of sneaky bomb positioning, which we saw especially on Havana was, really nice to secure some of these fights, just throwing the bomb over the top. You don't see them work very often these days. Seem to have no problems, though, finding a couple victims each.
And now with it being onto that last point, I think it's only fitting because I alluded to it all the time. I always got to allude to it because it's the only time we're ever going to get night row, because eventually once that Overwatch 2 comes in, only day row will exist. And, well, in a GOAT's tourney, it's mandatory at this point that you see that map get played as the last opportunity. But we've seen individual playmakers throughout the entirety of this series so far, especially back on Havana. You think that's going to be the same on King's Row?
I think so. We've seen the Zaris especially. It's been a really good matchup. Trying to outmaneuver each other and get the most surprising grab in, which seems to be the name of the game so far. It's so easy to get them eaten. Like they know when you have it because it's a safe bet that the Zarya does. They seem to build every 40 seconds or so. But they've both been doing a really good job staying away from that defense matrix. For me, it's really come down to the supports. The Zenyatas have been pretty close as far as their Transcendence timings go. Discord usage has been really strong. It's been very neck and neck so far. And even, as we can see in the scoreline, things just kind of bouncing back and forth. It looked like Venom, they showed some glimpses of brilliance early in Lijiang Tower, and then it got a little scary.
Yeah, I think for the side of Ben Bradley, it's really been just Mercury as a support with the help of Questline. If you don't know who Questline is, well, Questline Esports, they're one of the sponsors, and they are coaches and casters helping you on a casual to competitive journey. You can check them out on Twitter at Questline ES for tournaments and coaching, and at High Ground Overwatch or just High Ground OW for pugs, game shows, and more.
Ready for battle.
Which is us. That's me.
Yeah.
That's me.
It's beautiful, so thank you.
While we're doing the shout outs, I know that they're going to talk about it later in the broadcast, but just want to give a huge shout out to BPL.
Absolutely.
I feel like we could talk about them between every map and it still wouldn't be enough. They provide so much for all sorts of tournaments. and it looks so good. Like look at what's on your screen here. This is amazing. They do an incredible job. So generous with their time and their expertise, and you know, it really brings everything to a next level.
Well, that's enough of the formalities, the lovely, the niceties. It's time to be toxic because the Venom has walked in, the Eminem song is playing, and you're already seeing as they take out Mercury. No, we talked good about you before. The counter charge doesn't even work. Ben's team, poor souls, they got taken out quick.
Yeah, that's big. Losing Mercury on your walk-in is really tough for them. We talked about it a little bit before. A lot of that neutral damage is provided by Zenyatta. You don't need to be up in everyone's face to get the damage in. As soon as that's missing, you're going to lose that shield break for it.
You're absolutely right, but they're losing out in the ult economy because that shatter, the shield was down for a second. It split up the team, but yet it seems like it's not working out inside of Venom's favor. They lose out on the Reinhardt, really only getting a single trade into it. So you're hoping that they pop out that Transcendence into the grab, and they do. That's going to give them a lot more survivability, but the Baby D.Va just does not have enough health to really survive in it. They could stall it. They have the grab, but I don't know if it's really worth it. They may want to reset, except with the sound barrier keeping them up. They have the momentum alive. They have that confidence there, and you see as it catches out the Zarya, but they lose out on their own. The ult committed, but they are not going to pay off.
This is big. Mercury, as you were saying before, huge plays on the Zenyatta, and that Transcendence comes in so clutch. It looked like it was starting to get away from him there, but both teams kind of wipe out their ultimate bank. Zeb is going to have the bomb available as we're seeing some short spawns just get annihilated. This is going to eat some more time off of that clock.
They got to lean back. They got to run to the bomb gets thrown. That was a good shield, though. They're perfectly safe, but if that shatter was built... Okay, no, we saw, thank goodness, we saw the underneath. I got terrified. That cannot happen live.
Oh, that's so scary. They are going to manage to get back. Lots of free cart push here now, though. So 4:20 remaining on the clock as they're finally starting to get some sort of a grasp on the defense.
Ooh, they keep the Reinhardt up and use that grab. Bomb gets thrown, messing up their push, but we do see the counter shatter get used. 360. Poor Professor was trying to use that charge to find somebody, but they've left themselves wide open. If Ben Bradley, I better see a tweet from one of their players with the reverse meme, you know, with the Venom basketball. I gotta see their icon's face on it instead.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. That was unreal. Yuyo, Professor doing so well here.
They are fighting for this second point. That is a nice rally. Going to keep them up for a little longer, but look at this. The Shatter's built. It is going to land onto the support line more specifically, but the Sound Barrier has landed just perfectly to keep them up, and now they have the Transcendence as a reaction ability. But look, Micro still has an answer for everything. They're even fully committing into this fight because of the Graviton Surge. The bomb's a little too high, and even the Remech kill's not enough. It does find the mech, but the rest of the team able to find the damage, able to find that Zenyatta who split alone because Reinhardt charged in. Not able to shield them out. Look at that, Ben Bradley's. They're going to be able to capture this point in, what's that, 4 minutes around the clock? Yeah, 4:30. Just to be able to push this, they have continued to build up this momentum.
Yeah, Professor gets caught out a little bit there. It's so tough. As soon as your run gets split, even a little bit from the team, it's why we're seeing so many of these massive shatters. Is they're kind of kiting their Rhine away from the rest of their team, and then it leaves them completely free to land these shatters.
We're back inside this neutral. I mean, who knows? Ben Bradley's Reinhardt's just been the type of person, the type of bumper, you know, the old Overwatch player to hit these cues around these corners, but they're actually taking a bit of a second of a rotation. Though it does give them a bit more of natural cover, they have an answer for what they want to do, and they're leaning things up. They do manage to go into the back, land the shatter of their own, and even defend against Professor. The bomb gets thrown into the midst. We see that shield bash stopping, you know, from being able to escape, but the bomb's not being thrown into the midst to give them a bit more space. Those who are stuck back inside the grab are gonna get hit, not only by the bomb, but by the Remech, and we see how the rotation works out in their favor.
This is big. They use, as you were saying, the natural cover to go through the hallway there by the Mega. And it really just gives them a chance to reset all their cooldowns. Your defense matrix comes back, your bubbles come back, all of this comes out, and it sets them up for complete success. They might be able to just push this in.
Oh, but look, the Grabs caught them a bit off guard. We're seeing the rest of the team back up, especially with that sound barrier. Venom has finally stopped this snowball before it could be too much. I'm hoping we see the reset from Zeb. You really don't want to risk getting staggered right here, my good friend.
Just go dive.
Zeb, not again.
Dive down.
Oh, Zeb
No.
leaves. No way Zeb. No way Zeb leaves.
They might make it out. No, yeah, they managed to hold on for reinforcements. That is unreal. I thought that would have been a massive stagger, big shatter.
Oh, we see it land onto the Zenyatta, but a counter shatter coming into Ben Bradley's back is going to finish them off. Once again, Zeb's going to be able to escape. In my mind, I can already hear a coach saying, how do you actually let them escape? You're throwing those types of comms.
Yeah, that's unreal. So building up, yeah, Professor. Building up to actually just use that shatter actually. So just at 13%, kind of resetting a little bit for them. Soytab with the Graviton Surge. Ben Bradley's, they got 5 here. They're going to start with the rally.
The good starter, but the Grabs kind of split them up. Once again, that bomb's thrown in their backline, but they're able to shield themselves from the damage. That charge hoping to knock somebody off, but that sound barrier is going to protect them against the shatter. Rematch knocking the Diva back. Poor Toki is going to fall, and that sound barrier is more than enough of a protection spell. The Sorcerer Supreme keeping them alive, and look at this. At this point, it's getting scary because they're not having much of room to really survive. They even tried to get... They tried the back cap, but that's not going to work. This is GOATS. They know you're not gone.
Oh boy, yeah, it's a little bit easier to track where everyone is when they have to be in the little cloud around everyone. Yuio with the shatter there, but Mikro is staggered here, so they're not going to have their Lucio. It's going to be very slow on their rotations.
I really want to see the flex. I want to see the charge canceling in the shatter, and then the Q. Oh wait, no! They just killed the Reinhardt outright. Go for the Zarya next, and it's a clean up after that. That's absolutely what I'm talking about. Though the bomb does get a bit more room to breathe because it's not going to immediately capture. It's going to be staggers all galore.
Oh, that was a very aggressive grab. That worked out so well for them. PDK, really nice aggressive grab, just traps them in the spawn. Nowhere to go, and that is going to be a cap. Still with time. So only 41 seconds, though. They came into that third point with like 4.5 minutes. You got to be happy with that. I mean, it could have been, a bit of a bloodbath with so much time left in that third point. 41 seconds, you're happy with that. This is winnable.
Yeah. I'd like to call it the Chad move of going in alone, popping Grav into a wall because there's no Diva that can stop you, and then they don't even get to touch. What are they going to do? All right? They now need to beat 41 seconds or at least capture that point. Wait. I always forget, if they don't capture that point, they don't even get a chance to try and attack, correct?
I believe it's 1 minute, yeah. So I think they're not going to get a chance to, this is,
They need to get a minute if they want to have a chance for that.
I think they need to cap with time. If they cap in overtime, then it's only defense. But if they cap with like 1 second left, then we're going to go to a minute 40 and a minute 1.
You know what?
So
I just think that it's stressful for me. It's stressful for me looking at all these hypotheticals.
Yeah, this could go really any which way. You want to be capping with over a minute if you can swing it. But yeah, Venom is going to need to have a really solid offense here. They cannot get held up on that third point like Ben Bradley's did.
They don't need to worry. They've got the name, they've got the memes, they've got the songs. All right, they've got the Gladiators walkout. They can do this. They just need to take out Mercury, follow up by going after that Reinhardt. Beautiful bash, stopping the charge from continuing on. And look at that, all right? They just needed a moment to breathe, and they were going to find that follow-up.
Yeah, this is big. Oh, Lord. Okay, yeah, Zep needs to get out of there. They are going to manage to back up. They're still going to get the point, though. This does set them up for a really nice defense, though. Giving up the point then, it's not the greatest thing in the world. This next choke, though, can be absolutely devastating for teams. It's so tight. There's not really a lot of room to move as far as rotations go. Anywhere you go takes a lot of time.
But fighting at this choke can be a bigger problem than what we're really looking at. PDK uses that grab before they had a chance to stop it, but the trans is there. It's a lovely sitter protecting them, and they even find out the Reinhardt in the midst of it. That's not something I fully expected. They do have the rally, the Transcendence keeping them up, and then the Sound Barrier. That's a lot of commitment just to die.
Yeah, doubling up on the support ults there without your Reinhardt, this might prove really tough for them. And Bradley, so they're now only have the bomb remaining here, and T-Champ, that sound barrier is there. This can be completely negated if the Lucio is still alive. They put themselves in a really tough position here on the defense by investing that much.
Venom really just gets to sit back. They don't have too much to worry about, because look at that. They tried to go for the charge, but it just wasn't in the best position. Their D.Va just barely survives, and then T-Champ uses the sound barrier. Look at that. They don't have the D.Va to eat up any of that damage. The charge does most of it, and then they just shut down the eventual backline. Venom understands what their win condition is. They know how they want to take these fights, and Ben Bradley's are being read perfectly. With the grab?
Yeah, this is big. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that grab hit anybody there. It was a little bit of a desperation grab. And yeah, they're just going to be cleaning it up here as the cart comes in. Oh, Shatter came out as well.
Yeah, they're definitely using the fine word of commitment. I mean, they're building up the ultimates faster than I truly expected, so I'm not too surprised. But still something that, in hindsight, I don't think you really want to be doing.
Yeah, and especially with Shatter and stuff like that, they build so fast, you can kind of throw them out willy-nilly. But it's the support also that you really got to be hanging on to. Lucio takes so much time, even in GOAT, realistically, to build up the sound barrier and start off with the rally here from Omlin.
They're going to be taking this fight. They really want to build up that bomb, but they don't have it. So the best opportunity is to use that rally as an engagement. But, oh, that's the first time I've seen Professor during this round get melted. Is it just a 0.3 difference? Once they get on that third point, that's when teams decide to, pull up their pants and start walking over each other.
That seems to be okay, we can finally stabilize and kind of work things out. We saw Ronin go off the map, so not taking the page out of Zeb's book and going for the daring escape behind enemy lines. They are going to be back as a full 6 immediately. I thought that was Eden.
Oh, it was not Ian. It's gotten very hungry as you see Zeb's able to get the follow-up, and, well, it leads into the cleanup. They're even running into the spawn room. I love that.
Yeah, this is big. They've had really nice stabilization. Now down to 4 minutes, so both teams kind of steamrolling the first 2 points, and it only, as you were saying, comes up to the third one, where the defense seems to really start. They kind of just give ground, it seems like, until they get themselves in a decent position. And I guess you can.
Oh!
What?
The 200 damage with the Shatter will take that out. Transcendence keeps them alive. That's what you love to see, especially with that sound barrier. But both of them are kind of feeling a little comfortable together. Bomb gets thrown far back, taking out Mercury. We see the D.Va not going to be able to survive for too long, as the Reinhardt's hoping to go back into their spawn room. No grab to stop them from touching the point, but there is a Shatter that could find the stagger in this midst.
Yeah, this gets really dangerous. You can see Professor is ready to go with it. Gonna walk right.
Oh no, not again!
There's the kill.
Oh, it finds them twice in a row for Mercury. The Reinhardt doesn't have that Zenyatta building up the Transcendence any longer. And it seems they not only beat that time bank of 41 seconds, they triple it with 3 minutes and 16. So they have a minute to try and push this as far as they can. But I'm not going to say that's going to be a struggle. Every time I do, teams push it to 6. And I'm not trying to have that here.
Well, especially with goats too, it can be, you can hold on to that point for so long. It's such a brawly kind of composition that, especially when you're on your attack, you kind of have the payload as your 4th healer, I guess in this case. Just a little bit of extra sustain to help you out. But yeah, you're with 1 minute. This could absolutely still be a 6. There's the amount of times I've done the same thing as a caster. We're like, oh, this is really tough. Only 1 minute. No, it can go all the way. easily, especially with the teams basically kind of giving up the first 2 points for free.
I mean, but Ben Bradley, I think this is where now that individual play has been shutting them down. Because I think, I've said it before, PDK, Mercury, those are the two shining players. But on the side of Venom, everybody's just got, it's T-Champ continuing to like lead into the aggression, and Professor committing hard with it, full understanding of what they want to do. And it's been shutting them down. It's something you don't really want to be happening anymore.
Yeah, T-Champ and Professor have been working so well together. You can see them time their engages really well, understanding the win conditions of what these compositions need, and executing them, you know, extremely well.
They're gonna be that is a mighty charge! I did not expect that. Okay, you got me with that whiplash. See Professor back up. Oh no, that poor Brigida, the rest of the team did not catch the memo. They are gonna be melted down. I mean, they're still impossible. We're looking at a semi-even, except that Professor didn't really have much healing, and it will fall. So Ben Bradley, maybe they'll be able to push it to third point as they did before. They've got to just snowball it.
Yeah, this is big. So it's still 25 seconds. Oh, I don't think they're going to get a chance to touch the point here. I would prefer they don't, honestly, for their sake. They are going to have a good opportunity here, though, to again, as we said, take this like very narrow choke here. Someone is now going to have to stay on the payload. They can't get super aggressive, which was one of the strengths they had on their first offense.
We're now stuck in overtime. Nothing worse than having one fight left in GOATS. They do have the shatters, so that's going to be the biggest commitment that they're building up to, especially with PDK coming very close up to the Graviton Surge. As long as it doesn't get eaten, they've got a lot of answers. They're still taking their time. We see it get popped. They're looking to jump right in, kill them off with the shatter, but it just barely misses out, and yet Professor's still going to be following. Rally now building up that sustained acid. Transcendence is going to be the answer following up. They're still fighting on to the point with Soundbear on the side. Ben Bradley's keeping them up, and now they committed every single support ultimate, being an overwhelming odd against Venom Ra. There's not much that they can do as Brigida is somehow barely able to keep themselves alive until eventually they are melted down, and Ben Bradley's are going to continue pushing this payload.
Yeah, we saw again the rally and the transcendence came out there from Venom, and just didn't really find a lot of value. I think maybe just a second too late to keep the tanks alive. And you know, they're still going to have the remaining 4. They've still got their beat. They still have all 3 tank ultimates coming in here. But you know, Ben Bradley's is pretty much wiped out. So, you know, you have your shatter and your bomb. That's all you've got to work with, and you have so much coming at you.
That's a really nice grab with the bomb thrown directly up. There wasn't enough time to get shielded after you get charged. And with that shatter, it's the end of Ben Bradley's attempt to push this payload as far as they can. It's just the way the Kings row, as Venom have a good opportunity, but with 3 minutes on the clock, the bigger question is, will they be able to have that sustainability long-term to be able to win this out? I mean, we saw how they had it in the first fight, but, I mean, the second was a recovery, you know, so it works.
Definitely works. We saw both these teams, you know, snowball to the third point with, like, almost 5 minutes remaining. So 3 minutes is going to be plenty of time. We saw what Ben Bradley's did with only 1. If they, you know, they're going to be able to take an extra, probably 3 fights, maybe, probably 2 or 3 fights here. So Venom is in a pretty good position. They're going to be able to hold some of these ultimates. They're not going to have to use them as desperately as Ben Bradley's did on their offense.
If there's anybody that I want to see shine up, I want to see Toki more in the kill feed. You know, I want to see these Brigidas being the big deciders. I think they're more the quiet players, which is like weird to say because in GOATS you're literally seeing everybody in the kill feed at every second. But these rallies, the Brigida having the overall healing has just been absolutely insane. And again, mind you, there has been differences in how these games work. I mean, Brigida's recharge rate for the shield is like 180%, 88%, and like their health is 120, so they're a lot stronger than before.
Yeah, the changes in the GOATS lobbies definitely even things out a little bit. And it really has been coming down to some of the like interrupts on charges, because the Reinhardts have been really aggressive, so getting these bashes in has been huge for them.
And they're going to take this fight. We see as Mercury's doing a good job pumping in that damage. Almost takes out the brick, but the rest of the team's going to do the job for them. As you see, this is not much for the side of Venom. They have room for error. Let's give them that much, okay? We don't really need to worry, but I really want them to be dying much quicker together.
T-Champ getting this kill on the Mercury, it could be really key. They're going to have the spawn advantage here. They're going to be able to get back out the door really quickly. And Zenyatta, not the fastest hero to be floating back. Looks like they may be getting a taxi, though.
They're going to be having that good Uber right back into the fight. Ben Bradley's are backing up directly into the choke. Come back in with the rally. That shield's not going to be protecting you, and you're melted before that shatter is even built. You do see the beautiful Transcendence helping Venom have a little more time waiting to try to find the odds, but Mercury does the same, and they don't really have the ultimates nor the team to really bring this back. As you see, the Zarya, who had that grab, is back inside the spawn room, so 2 minutes left on the clock, and they're going to need it.
This is a perfect disengage here from Ben Bradley's. They realize that their Zenyatta is still lagging behind. The Lucio goes back to bring them back. And instead of just kind of trying to hold on to every tick, they back right off, come in as next and engage with the rally. It doesn't get better than that.
Oh, that bomb is trying to get placed in the midst, and it does, as it takes out the Zenyatta. And as we know, the Graviton Surge is just far too powerful to be able to survive through when you're dealing with folks walking into you.
Yeah, it's so easy to want to hold on and, you know, stick around and stall for time on the defense. It was so smart for them to disengage like this. We are seeing some nice peel coming out, big shatter.
But the Transcendence is going to keep them up. This is what Venom has been waiting for, that 1 second of a mistake. And Ben Bradley's, I mean, luckily, let's look at it. It's going to be overtime by the time the next fight really starts making its headway. They have roughly 2. I would give them as like a fair estimate.
Yeah, I think 2 is probably pretty safe. The last one might take quite a while. We're seeing a lot of aggression coming out here. So with this 44 seconds, they're able to push up just like this. And here comes everything.
They're taking that fight early, but they're already backing up because that Soundbarrier's not lasting long. Bad Bradley's, they had more support ultimates. We saw the rally. They still have a Transcendence. Raja is coming close up as a chance to be able to put this back into the favor, but they've lost out their Reinhardt in less than 20 seconds. They are forced to come back into the next fight in overtime and staggered.
Yeah, this is big. They're not going to be able to come back as a full 6. They're staggering out the Diva. No, Ronin gets taken out way late. 5 seconds. Can anyone touch?
No! I mean, they can get the touch, but they're not really living, so do you call it? They're feeling a little senseless. We see that Transcendence go on to the point, but no matter how much I love the players on Venom, it seems that the BBBs, the Ben Bradley babies, are going to be taking that victory. I'm sure their papa and or mama and or gender-neutral authority has got to be feeling proud of them.
This is a big whip shot at the end. The Zoom Yada comes out and just can't make it to the point, denies the last touch. That could have bought them an extra few seconds. Really heads up play.
I kind of wish they put the Zenyatta kick into Overwatch 1. I would absolutely love to see just the Zenyatta being the one who denies anybody from touching the point. But that's not how things are going to work. And now Ben Bradley's are feeling very happy. I mean, that was a little too close for comfort if you're asking me. They were winning the overall fights the longer it went out, and Venom had a bigger time pick, and yet they were the ones who struggled to really hold it out. So it's very unfortunate for them, but there's still more matches to go, still more upsets that are possible. I mean, just look at the schedule as it is now.
Yeah, Venom is going to be going up against Wotes in our lower finals. And then one of them's going to be right back against Ben Bradley's. So, you know, we might have a rematch. Might be a bit of a grudge match for Venom if they can manage to make it back out of the lower finals.
It's going to be an uphill battle facing out Wotes after they defeated Hive Mind. So they're the ones who, while yes, still in a 2-1 scenario, they're coming back in with momentum. And I think any team that comes off of a win going into another match is always going to be having that inherent advantage. But we can always be proven wrong. Venom still have the meme. They still have that PNG. They got somebody waiting in Photoshop hoping to crop your face right into it. And that's a prime opportunity to be looking for. But I mean, you said it before. BPL is the ones who have been leading into the production. I think they're already showing with the official stream that they've been doing an amazing job. And I'm only going to be more excited the more we go out, because that was only match 1.
Yeah, we're gonna be returning here for our lower finals in just a few minutes. So take a break, grab a drink, don't go too far.
Shadow Clock.
Greatness can be found in anyone, anywhere. But raw talent without guidance, practice, and focus is nothing. Every legend had a teacher. So let's get started with Rank Up. Get top-tier coaching in a new way to level up your gameplay. Professional boot camps with guest pro players, on-demand coaching for when you need it most, hero guides crafted by professionals. Learn to win. Signups begin soon.
Drop it.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. It's Newbeat here with Aegis as we get ready for the losers final of the Behind the Scenes and Natter Community Staff Goats Tournament. Aegis, how's it going? How was the last game? I was busy with some stuff. I missed it.
Yeah, you were a little bit busy.
Yeah.
It was really good. Ben Bradley's Babes went up against Venom, who we're going to see in our match coming up here. Ben Bradley's came out on top. Babes are going to the grand final, so now Venom is going to have a chance to go up against Wodes here. And this, they've already played before, and Venom won 2-0 in the semi-finals. So we are going to see a bit of a rematch here. You can see there as they moved on to play the Babes. And, you know, it was a close match. It went back and forth. It went to 3 maps. And, you know, Ben Bradley's just came out on top. I think just on some of their rotations, they had some really clutch disengages, especially later in the match, that it was really conservative aggression, I want to say. Like they knew when to go in, when to come back out, and it forced them to come out top. So I think, you know, Venom, after watching that match, they could absolutely run this back. That might have been, we might end up with them back in the finals. Heading to Lee Jing Tower, gonna start things off there. As is, I feel like, tradition. You start with Lee Jing Tower, you end with King's Row, which is what we did in the previous match as well. So we're gonna at least get Lee Jing Tower out of the way.
It is tradition for you and I just to cast both Lee Jing Tower and King's Row. It definitely happens a lot. But with this being a GOATS tournament, you alluded to it, everything is amplified. Everything is scrutinized that much closer because teams are running the same comp and it is GOATS. You're really going to be looking at those rotations, disengages, cooldowns. So we're not looking at somebody to go in with a big 4K ultimate. It's more, hey, who's going to use everything just a little bit better? And as you've mentioned, Venom is going to have the upper hand coming into this losers final.
Yeah, it really comes down to, I feel like, your Lucios and being able to control the pace of the fight, and the Reinhardts and their shield uptime. One thing that we saw with Venom against the Babes was that the Reinhardt was just running out of shield just like a moment sooner, and that, you know, that might be a virtue of the other members kind of just outputting more damage, but it did cause them some of their fights as we are going to start things off.
It's definitely one thing to watch as this gets going. Are the cooldowns coming up for the Reinhardts? They will always be the tip of the spear. Spear and Soitab and Ronin are already in onto the kill feed. That's due to the good for Venom, and they are pushing forward. So important once you start getting this advantage to make it that much worse for the team on the back foot. And now the point is going to unlock, and Venom is going to get the first cap.
One thing that Venom did really well against the Babes was punishing some of the staggers. You know, if anyone stuck around a moment too long, they were not allowing them to escape. We saw a lot of like divas getting like really heavily staggered. So Wotes is going to kind of have their work cut out for them. This has got to be low mistakes Overwatch.
Wotes coming in already, and they are going to get shattered through the floor. Soitab threw in the damage from the side, and that's going to do it. Another huge fight coming out for Venom, and they are off to a hot start. Already 30% of the cap percentage and counting, and they are looking sublime.
And they managed to hold on to quite a bit here. Soitab holding on to the Graviton Surge. You're going to have your Rally up here, your Transcendence. Clear, only 60% to a grab. These have been pretty fast fights, so they haven't had a lot of chance to build up some of that damage. Saul Goodman does have that Transcendence. They're going to need it.
You're going to have to call Saul now as they get in with the Transcendence to try and negate the Graviton Surge, but it is not going to save the life of Jisoo as that they are going to go down. And now, once again, Wotes backing out, trying to disengage, already down their brig. And this is going to be a very tough time to get back in onto the point, but they have to do it now or soon as they're going to have to disengage from this ball.
Oh! Okay, they're forcing ultimates out here now, but it even does go down.
Big beat comes out from T-Chap, and a trade comes through as Bolsari is getting elimination. And now Ronin is out of their mech advantage. Wotes, they are trying to push forward and finally get onto the point. They're going to have to move over to that objective as Venom's at 85% and counting. They do, and they are going to get the cap coming through, so they are now on the board as Venom has to get ready for a retake.
They're going to be ready here pretty quickly as well. I do like this aggression from Wotes. It does get punished, though.
Adam got stunned coming in on the pin, and now a bunch of kills in very short success. And Soitab already built up another Graviton Surge. We got a slam coming in onto the point from Eevee, and that is going to be the flip coming through once again. 90% and counting. Venom is on the cusp of taking this first map.
They used the rally there. It was a bit of a victory rally, but it might have been too soon as they do manage to get a touch.
The touch did come through there, Ageless, but Braja and the Reinhardt and Eevee have already found 2 picks.
Oh,
so
no.
Oates is coming in at a disadvantage, and now the slam and comes out, and that isn't going to do much for Adam. Unfortunately, Sotab is able to laser them down, and now with overtime burning away, there's not a lot left Oates can do. They're just running out of warm bodies to put in onto the point. You can see right now Aponan trying to get in there and contest as long as they can, but that is going to be it for the first sub-map, and Venom is off to a great start.
This is a big heads-up play at the end from T-Champ. Saul Goodman came in with a bit of the Zoom Yada, trying to get to the point with that increased mobility while using the Transcendence, and gets booted completely off the map. So really heads-up play. They're not allowing the Zenyatta to make it to the point, having that 300 healing per second. Could have turned it in their favor. It was looking a little dicey there no matter what, but you just never know. So a big play there from T-Champ to finish things off.
You know me, Aegis, I love seeing a good Lucio play, and T-Champ was up to the task. As we have the second sub-map started, we are on Control Center, both teams speed boosting onto the point, using that extra speed from the Lucio to get on there, and Venom getting onto the checkpoint first, and they are going to have a little bit of a positional advantage, although Wotes does have the high ground.
Yeah, Wotes taking White Room. They're going to have to touch here within a few seconds, though. Control point unlocks in 4 seconds. Going to have to get a little bit more aggressive. We're seeing Venom really setting the tempo of this match so far.
Although Adam's able to get the first pick here onto the break, and that is going to be a bunch in a row for Wotes, and they have got off on the right foot this time around. Control Center's first cap is going to be theirs eventually, and worth noting this time around, Clear is keeping up and even staying a little bit ahead of Soitab on that Zarya ultimate.
Yeah, definitely feeling a lot more comfortable here. I like the patience that we did see from Venom. They looked a little scared, or sorry, from Wotes. Wotes looked a little scared, kind of just hanging out in White Room. Seemed to work out for them, though. They are able to kind of just wait it out, hold on to their cooldowns, and then rush in.
Adam trying to hold onto the space on the stairs. They do have the Earth Shatter online, but they are electing to keep it in their back pocket for the time being. And now we have the rallies coming out from both sides, both breaks popping that ultimate, and we can see Clear throwing in the grab down surge. Everyone hitting Q at once. This is classic Goats right now, as there are many ultimates onto the field, and a late Transcendence coming up from Braja could be the difference as they come in a little bit later to mitigate some of that damage coming through, and it looks like it is going to work out for Venom now as they are getting multiple eliminations, and they are going to get that flip.
So up to 52%. Wotes looking pretty good so far. What?
Eevee starting out with the slam there. Didn't really work out. Claire was able to finish him off and then throw in a Graviton Surge of their own. Not really doing too much until Adam comes flying back into the fight. They're able to take down Braja and get back in onto the point. And Adam is swinging away with the Reinhardt. This is the most fun possibly to play Reinhardt in the GOATS meta. Just able to walk forward and swing that hammer, getting the kills. Saul Goodman gets one from the backline right across. And that is going to be an advantage and a flip coming through for Wotes. They are in the driver's seat with 52% cap percentage already, and that's just going up.
Soitab holds onto the grav. You can see they're a little apprehensive about coming back to the point. Kind of get an idea that the fight was lost. On the other side, you got your bomb, your rally, your transcendence. Like, there's a lot of pieces available here. You start off with the grab, though.
Oh,
too late.
Unfortunately, Saul was not able to get in with the transcendence to save Clear's life, so they go down to that Zarya ultimate. A great grab coming out there from Soitab. And now it is going to be a 5v6 fight. Eevee going in with the Earth Shatter. Isn't able to claim any victims, but almost back on that break, and they claim the life of Saul Goodman on that Zarya Zenyatta finally. And with that, the objective is going to go back over here to Venom. A great start to that fight. What a grab coming up from Soitab to just turn that fight on its head right away.
Soitab was so good in the previous match about really playing the mind games with the diva on the other side. Some really sneaky, like long-range lobbed-in grabs, and we're seeing it there. They're still opening these fights up, but they're doing such a nice job of grab placement and time.
And here comes a beat from T-Champ to start this off. So T-Champ has worked himself up to another grab, and they might just pop it here. Doesn't want to throw it right away. Have to be careful of that D-Matrix. Get around to the off angle, and that's going to lock up multiple members of Wotes, and then it's just mop up after that. And with that, it looks like Venom is up to 70% now. So we are inching very close to final fight territory.
Yeah, this is going to be it. With the length that these fights end up going, this is going to be all they have. They're going to start off with the rally on both sides.
The rally mirrored once again by both Briggs, trying to get that extra armor in on their teammates to make them a little bit more chunkier for this last fight. Both rotating around near server room, and now the grab comes up, but that doesn't really seem to get anybody coming in from clear. Adam is still going to try and push forward. They do have that shatter, but the Zarya bubble came up from Soytap to save their Reinhardt, and with Ronan getting one with the bomb over the top, this is looking good for Venom now. They've got multiple eliminations. Transcendence comes out from Saul Goodman, but that's only going to keep people alive momentarily, as Clear is the next to fall in by the wayside. A beat comes out from F09 late on in this fight, but it might be too late, as there's another grab from Soytab, and that is going to do it for round 2. Venom is going to take the first map here in this losers finals 2-0 and bring us to match point.
Venom did such a good job keeping tabs on Adam, especially. I think Eevee and Soytab did a nice job knowing when these shatters were going to be coming out. Obviously, you can see not necessarily the case all the time, going the other way. However, yeah, it seemed like they had a pretty good read. They were a little telegraphed, but at the same time, some of these like weird flank shatters that you maybe don't expect in GOATs, where you're usually kind of playing as a single unit, they had it solved. We saw the bubbles come out to block that shatter. We saw that the shield was ready from Eevee. And all those pieces were there. They're playing really smart, and again, really setting the tempo, not allowing Wotes too much to engage when they want to. We saw Wotes open things up with some really patient play. They weren't allowed to play that way going forward. Venom just kept pushing, didn't give them the space to regroup, to hold on to their cooldowns and make one of those big engages again.
Jason, that was beautiful analysis. It was truly a bingo card of all the things that are important in GOATs. You got the word tempo, you got space in there, you got not letting the other team play. That's exactly what you want. Obviously, it worked in that first round.
Yeah, and it's been a while since we've casted GOATs, obviously. So it's like, yeah, those are the win conditions. Now what?
It's a tale as old as time. Like, I always describe GOATs as like, nothing's happening. Now we're yelling at colors. That's kind of how GOATs feels when I cast it. Because it really is a hurry up and wait, both teams get together, and then 10 people hit Q at once.
Yeah, it's a lot of like jockeying for position, trying to out-rotate, force one of those mistakes. You know, as soon as you have a mirror match like this, it really is just forcing mistakes. There's no compositional differences, so you know it's all comes down to cooldowns, to your rotations, to your engagements, things like that. So teams are not allowed to stray from the classic GOATs composition. So if you've been wondering why is no one playing Winston,
or Sombra,
you know, we're not, yeah, or Sombra or something like that. This is it. It's locked. It's Reinhardt GOATs, classic GOATs, all the way. There's no Ana, you know. So it really comes down to the mirror matchups and to communication, especially because communication is just so key in GOATs. You know, we've all been in ranked games where everyone's like, let's go GOATs. But like, there's like 3 people in voice chats, and you know, it's just not the same. It comes down to comms.
Does that mean you're playing an open queue? Because that's the only place you're gonna get GOATs now.
Well, yeah, sorry, before Rollock.
Back in the before time.
Yeah. Headed off to Route 66. This is gonna be really interesting. One of the main, you know, like big advantages of this map is high ground, like especially you see teams set up on big Earls, things like that. It's going to be a little bit difficult to contest because you know, normally you'll send down your off tank and they'll kind of, or you're like a tracer or something like that, a mobile hero to contest the payload. But Goats relies so much on the synergy of all of these heroes working together. Sending down your Diva can be really dangerous. Obviously, having your Zarya up on the high ground is pretty advantageous, but I'm really curious to see how this like big Earls especially is going to play out. Obviously, the third point is kind of like Goats heaven. Even if you're not playing Reinhardt and you know in the first 2 points, you'll often see a swap to Rein for the third one, kind of like the bottom.
Attackers incoming.
You can see in the match chat right now, Soytab trying to point out that they're holding somewhere where they're absolutely not, so a little bit of mind games happening there. As we can see, Wout's going on the attack first, and it will be really interesting, Jason, to watch these rotations come through to see how the attacking team can close down that distance and get in on the defenders. And with that, Wout gets the speed boost, sends in Adam on the Reinhardt, and they're able to get rid of Eevee. That's a bit of a Rein div, at least in that fight there. And you can see once one card falls, the rest of the house goes down, and Wout is going to be off to a good start. They're going to get a decent amount of payload push before Venom can regroup.
Yeah, full team kill there. Building up to these ultimates extremely quickly. You can see about a 10 to 20% difference across the board here, except Eevee 30% to a shatter to Adam's 80. So they're going to be able to use this pretty aggressively. Rein with the 200 damage on the shatter now lends itself extremely well to Goats.
And here we go as the next engagement starts, and you can see Venom trying to get into the backline, Eevee going around for the swing. They get counterpinned by Adam, who gets very low, gets hit with the Discord Orb, staying alive, and now the ultimates are coming out. 2 support ults so far for Woats, matched by 2 for Venom. Both teams trying to throw it all down. Shatter comes out, bomb into the backline, finds Saul Goodman. That's going to be the first pick. Woats has a little bit of advantage, but they really have to keep Adam alive here as they get so very low and taken down. It's so tough to keep pushing once you lose that Reinhardt, but they might just have the numbers advantage to do it, as Jisoo Sip is going to take down Eevee. And this is going to be Woats pushing forward for the time being, able to get Ronin out of that mech and off the payload. And another push coming in. It's going to be tough for Venom to recontest here before the end of the point.
Yeah, especially with T-Champ dying last, you're going to be without that speed boost until they come back. I don't think they have a chance to touch or opting to just take the fight on the other side of the doors.
In this case, it is definitely better to wait back, not try and stagger extra members. Get set up for your next defense and hope you can give yourself a little bit of a positional advantage. Nice rotation coming on Ronin, getting it onto the backside, and Omo is able to take them down. And just like that, Venom is going to win a fight, and they're going to hold close to the spawn of Woats. And that means that they're really going to start burning time off this clock.
I'm curious here if... What on earth? That's a late kill onto Saul Goodman. Matrix just waiting out the mech.
And with that, Ronin's gonna find 2 with a bomb. That is absolutely gargantuan from Ronin. And you can see the follow-up kills now coming in from Venom, one after another. So an interesting decision there for Clear to throw down the bomb, and it was answered, or throw down the grab, which was answered by the bomb. And now Woats is stuck right near their spawn doors.
Yeah, this is a little tough. They're having trouble getting over there. Oh, big shatter.
Big slam coming in. That was able to take down the Brig bomb into the backline. Gets nothing as Saul Goodman pops the Transcendence after finishing off the aforementioned Brig for Venom. And now we're going to get another slam up top. And Eevee's going to get 2. That is gold for the defenders right now. And with Eevee pushing forward, getting Matrix out of their mech, that looks like another fight win here for Venom. And they're going to continue holding near this Archchoke and really just whittling that clock down.
Yeah, this is really tough here. Eevee just still finding so much value, but Woats are finally starting to pick up some kills as Eevee gets laid low. And we are going to see some card push here. They're going to need a chance to get everything together. They have used just about everything though, so no support ults to speak of. Meanwhile, on the other side, almost all 3 are available. So Clear's grab, this is going to have to be, really well placed. They're going to need to try and pick someone, I guess, to kill.
It's going to be tough trying to get through all that healing with these support ultimates that are going to be online for Venom, as they are coming back into re-engage here, going in the bottom of this building over to the left-hand side for the attackers. And now we get those ultimates starting to be spent as we see a rally come out first from Omo, and now a bomb getting thrown out near the point, not quite there as T-Champ and Omo are able to take down one each. That is the defenders push forward with the numbers advantage. Transcendence coming out from Saul Goodman, but I wonder if they'll feel that's a little bit late here in this fight. Maybe they could have used it later as the Zenyatta falls down, and with that, the defense is going to stabilize once again.
Yeah, a little bit of a late Transcendence there. You know, they are most of the way through point 2, so probably 2 fights left for them. But yeah, that Transcendence especially probably gonna want that one back. Matrix, they're gonna have the bomb. They are gonna have they do have the shatter. So this is an opportunity for them to come in. But we're gonna start off with the grab from Soitab.
Grab coming in here, burning down Adam, getting so low, and he does get taken down. Now the bomb going in over the top. That is actually going to get a bit of Raja, but that is just going to be a small consolation prize, as that's the only thing Wotes is going to get in that fight. So a good bomb coming over Matrix, getting what they can done, but it's not going to be enough for Wotes to get back onto this payload, and now they only have 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is getting down to their last fight. Raja's going to take a little while to come back. They do have the Transcendence when they get there, with Omni opening up with the rally.
And Braja is back now, so they will have the Transcendence available for this last fight as the rally's down. Nice block coming out on the Earth Shatter. That is not going to put anybody on their back as the ultimates are coming out once again. And with that, the grab comes out, but it is not able to kill anything through Braja's Transcendence. And Wotes is going to have to get up onto the payload here pretty soon. Grab coming out, locking up multiple members of Wotes right now on and underneath the bridge, as Soitab takes a little bit of a cheeky angle to see if they can get a quick pick. Adam charges in onto the payload. They have another Earth Shatter online, but it might not even matter. Eevee in the back swinging for the fences. Round 1 is complete. A very good hold for the defense, and now Venom has set themselves up with a great win condition to take this map and go to the grand final.
Ooh, that was a little unfortunate there. Everyone getting off the payload. Looked a little unfortunate. I feel like they had that fight in hand, to be honest. So little unfortunate, but still super winnable, especially Route 66. You often see teams get held up even on their first point, and you can drag out these fights so long with those close holds that you know, especially when you're running these brawl comps, everyone likes to take. You don't have the Mei to kind of shut stuff down, but you know, you can eat a lot of time off the clock pretty early.
And worth noting, if it stays this way, obviously we still have about 35 seconds, but we will keep our eye on if these hero compositions stay the same as far as the players go, because right now Matrix and Clear have switched the Zarya and Diva respectively.
Yeah, I was wondering where you were going with that. I was like, they can't
I got there.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, Matrix, I thought had a pretty good, decent Diva there, so I'm curious about the swap, what they're hoping to achieve here. I guess, you know, this is all staff. They play a lot of heroes.
Fair enough. And with that, we are getting ready for Venom's attack. And you can see coming down right down the middle so far as Saul Goodman is pouring in a lot of damage. Obviously no picks yet, as both these teams have so much sustain. But as I say that, Ronin and their mech both go down. And that's going to be an opening for the defense to maybe hold close here and really start making a dent in the time bank. But the payload is still moving.
This is really interesting. Oh, big shatter.
I don't know if it was big enough in that case for Eevee. They are going back to spawn, and this is a very good showing so far from Wotes. This is exactly what you want as the defenders as this round gets going, and you need to hold close to stay in this game.
Yeah, this is big. Like, all of these trades, though, are going to be favoring Venom. You can see the team slowly getting whittled down. They're without the Reinhardt, as Adam going to be coming back from spawn now. So they're going to get some free push here. There's not really a lot of point in fighting without the Ryan. You get eaten up pretty quickly. So they have made it back. So again, you know, they've eaten you know, a couple minutes off the clock already, and we're just getting to big earls. So far, I'd say a fairly successful first point hold.
This is going to be the ultimate fight right here. Trades coming through, both supports going down, one for each side, and now we can see the Transcendences coming out. And Raja doing a lot of healing there, but not able to keep Ronin in the mech. And now the slam comes out from Adam, and with the Matrix in the back line, that is going to be a fight win here for Woats. They're going to stabilize and keep lessening that time, and they only have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. If Venom can't make it to point A and then a little bit further, obviously, we're going to go to a map 3.
Yeah, Woats is kind of woken up here a little bit, I feel like. They're playing a lot more aggressively on this defense. They seem to struggle a little bit on the offense, but feeling completely comfortable playing on top of the girls, forcing these long rotations out of Venom.
And now we can see Venom taking that long rotation around the left-hand side, trying to stay on the high ground a little bit longer, seeing if they can get a cheeky early pick, but that is not the case. Ronin's got to be careful. They are off on their own just a little bit right now, and now the rest of the team with Eevee following up and closing up that distance as Braja gets in, goes for the volley, isn't able to claim any victims. Eevee has their Shatter online. They are going to put it down, but they mostly find shield here and then get stunned right afterwards. We can see the Transcendence comes out from Saul Goodman. Both teams staying on the point. A lot of ultimates being spent right now as Braja with the later Transcendence once again. We'll see if it pays dividends this time around. Matrix gets the first pick onto Eevee, but that's traded right away as Venom's able to find 2, and they can still come back in this fight. They are fighting tooth and nail to get in, almost throws up the rally and gets in deep, swinging away with that flail, and with the help of Soitab, they're able to push forward, and the attackers are going to get back on the payload, push this in, get an extension into the time bank, and move to point B.
Yeah, Omli's rally ended up being a really deciding factor here, just topping everyone up towards the end of that. Eevee does have the Shatter available, running with the bomb. That's kind of it for them. You know, it is GOAT, so we are seeing that everyone is building their own very quickly. But on the other side, there's not really a lot going on. We're going to start off with a Shatter.
An engagement Shatter coming up from Adam, but Ronin's going to find the first pick with the bomb, and with Soitab getting rid of the Reinhardt, that is going to be Venom in the driver's seat. They're going to be able to push this forward and win this fight. Absolutely. Clear gets D-Mech'd and D-Lifed, and now we are coming into the home stretch considering how far this payload has to go to get to that golden box of victory.
Venom is so firmly in control. Not only on Lijiang Tower, but I thought on their defense. It's not really surprising to see them continue this kind of onslaught. They're pushing way up here. Soitab up on the high ground, putting a lot of pressure in, and you know they might be walking away with this.
There has already been an ult spent in this fight as Jisoo Sip started off with the rally for Woats to try and get everybody armored up in preparation for this engagement. Slam comes in now from Adam. That is not going to stun anyone up, and Eevee rotates around to the side and throws down a Shadow. They already got rid of Jisoo Sip, and a grab gets eaten. A great play coming up from Clear on that D.Va as the bomb comes in over the top. Saul Goodman and Eevee trade, but the trades are favoring Venom, and this might all be over right here. Venom is getting the picks that they need. The payload is only a few meters away as Clear goes over the edge, and with that, that is going to do it for round 66. That's GG's in the chat, and Venom is going to take it 2-0.
Venom headed back for a rematch, a little bit of a grudge match again with the Babes. So Venom, now this is going to get really wild for them. They've just played 2 maps. They're going to be coming into their 3rd match in a row, like back to back to back. So there's an argument to be made for, you know, coming in warmed up, coming in hot. They are coming out off a win, which is obviously really key. Wasn't sure how that was going to kind of work out. You know, Woats had come in off a win and Venom had come in off a loss. Didn't seem to be a problem for Venom at all. Bench is really strong. It's a bunch of coaches. So everyone bounces back pretty quick.
I mean, there's an old saying that those who can't do teach, but in this case, Venom could definitely do it. They looked fantastic in that last match. Shout out to Woats. They did definitely have some strong moments, especially on their defense. First point of Route 66. they showed some good fight in the neutral before those ultimates came online, but once the ultimates did show up, it seemed to be Venom's fights to lose over and over again.
Yeah, and by winning this match, not only they headed to the grand finals, they are guaranteed to win prize money. So that was a money match. So the winner taking $240 of the grand finals, and the loser taking $60. So they made some money. That was a worthwhile playing that game of Overwatch. So headed back against Ben Bradley's Babes. I'm really interested to see how this is going to go. Venom coming in pretty warmed up now. We'll see what Ben Bradley's did with their time. Maybe they're off playing ranked. Hopefully not for their mental state, but it's all going to be up to them now. And our next game is going to be coming up in just a few minutes. So we're going to start signing off here, but I wanted to give a quick shout out to our sponsors before we do our sign off. So Vite Ramen, who has been a consistent sponsor of Natter's tournaments. You've probably seen them everywhere. They're constantly involved in the esports scene and is such a force for good within it. Latency, tournament organization and production company, dedicated to helping competitors, teams, and content creators perfect their craft. And for Questline Esports, which is what we are a part of as well, is coaches and casters helping you on your casual to competitive journey. So, and obviously a big thanks to BPL, who will be continuing on, although Newbie and I will not. So thanks very much, and looking forward to that grand finals.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers? I feel like I shouldn't say damage dealers there. But if
Yeah.
you're watching and you're a damage dealer, that's fine. But specifically, what is going on to all you tanks and healers? Because that's what today is all about. And welcome back to the Behind the Scenes and Natter Community Staff Goats Tournament. I'm Septilent, joined by User. User's been here all day long. Y'all know him, y'all love him, and we are bringing you grand finals right here, right now. Venom Ra versus the Ben Bradley Babes, the Triple Bs. And User, I mean, not only is this Venom's third series in a row, but this is already a vengeance story, and we just got here.
Which is pretty amazing, I would say. The odds of that happening weren't necessarily the highest, but it's definitely something that we were craving. Beforehand, like 2 matches ago, Venom had a loss 2-1, finished out on to King's Row. Now they have a chance in a first of 3 series. meaning that they have a lot more opportunity to fall, especially because on control they look to be a little bit weaker, but their players have not stopped kind of keeping up that momentum, especially in the last game you saw. That was a 2-0, and I would say a really impressive format. They look to be a lot more focused on how they wanted to coordinate their shatters, how they wanted to coordinate grab bomb, and that's the bigger points. But more than anything, honestly, Venom wins. I better see that tweet out where they Photoshop the Ben and Bradley's logo underneath Peter Parker, and they're trying to say they won that out. But it's going to be an intense match for everybody, both sides. I mean, you're just stuck underneath this stress of, do you want Venom to win because of the underdogs, or do you want Ben Bradley's because their name is a little funnier?
Hey, they're both pretty funny names. I'm gonna stand by that. I think they're silly, right? That's all right.
Yeah, they're a little goofy.
To have a little bit of fun, be a little bit goofy. And user, I think you nailed it. You hit it right on the head, talking about what Venom needed to change and how they've been doing that so far. GOATS revolves, I'm not gonna say exclusively around, but it is very important that you are using that grab and that bomb hand in hand every single time. That's almost the bread and butter to a certain extent of GOATS. And I watched the first series before I was on the mic today, and things were a little bit rough. Now, I did miss the second series, but from what you've said, it seems like Venom is learning from their mistakes very quickly. Question is, have they learned enough? Can they bring that final step forward and take down the very team that sent them down to the lower bracket to begin with?
Much as you want to sit there and you want to say, maybe can they, I absolutely feel that they have to. But they do. But they're going to have a big cheerleader on their side, at least for Ben Bradley's side. They have the advantage. They've got the mom watching here. Mercury's mother, hello, and we thank you for watching. You gotta give a bit more love because they're gonna absolutely need that power up, especially when Venom, they're coming off of a win. But, Septilis, have you ever wondered who's stronger? The player who relaxes and gets a second, or the player who's building up that momentum coming off of a win?
It's such a fascinating dynamic, user, and I'm really glad you brought this up because there's a good side and a bad side to both. If you are Venom Ra, you are warmed up beyond belief, but then you've got to look at the other side of this. Player fatigue is absolutely a real thing. We're kicking in third series back to back to back, the longest break so far, I think, being what's happening right now. They're not playing right now. It's probably the longest break they've had up to this point, and it's really going to be taking a toll on them. But if you look at the other side, the Triple B team, they are going to be maybe a little bit more lax, maybe a little bit more relaxed going into game one. A, they've got kind of a faux confidence, right? Oh, we beat this team once already. And B, they haven't just come off of a game-winning series. So it's really important to see, is that dynamic going to come out early, or is Ben Bradley's team going to come out the gates so winging?
It's that big risk that you always go for entering into environments like this. So with it being on Lijiang Tower, we've already seen how this has gone the first time. And I mean, Ben Bradley's, they got to see how things were working before. They've got to see. And Septilis, I'm going to give you a big, fair warning when we're looking at these players, because we did not see an Eevee come in beforehand. They were not playing a single route, so this is actually the first time we're going to be seeing them as a main tank, and I think that's definitely been a factor that's been changing the way they played. But when we're talking about Venom and players who have been showing up, I mean, T-Champ and Raja have just been a consistency on the team, even though Raja goes in for these like kind of ridiculous flanks and gets punished. I think that we're going to be seeing them a lot more, not in the kill feed necessarily, but with these big saving ultimates.
Absolutely. And speaking of kill feed, let's see how quickly it lights up here. You know, let's see who's going to be able to find those first eliminations. GOATS plays both sides of its own coin. It's either going to be incredibly fast or terribly, horribly slow. And right now, it looks like we are leaning a little bit more towards that slow side as Yu-Gi-Oh! Tries to get in a little bit quick. Unfortunately, going to be caught out by a lot of projectile. 25% on that Earth Shatter. And now we just have to play that long game. Who overextends that single inch? That inch guaranteed turns into a mile. And that Reinhardt is almost the first to go down. He is not quite going to be, as Eevee will actually be the first to fall. And that's going to spell disaster for Venom Ra here.
If there's anything that I've learned about Ben Bradley's, they absolutely love their close-up charge. It's incredibly hard to react to in these brief moments, but it works out. I mean, they built up the shatter, they're coming up on the grab. This is how they work. They just run in, throw in the shatter, and if that doesn't work, maybe we'll use the grab. You know, we'll decide if we're feeling happy enough to do it. But look at that, they're already prepared, using that shield to check the corner.
Using that shield to check the corner is going to be a great way to get in, and that hammer down, not going to be as effective as you may anticipate. It's going to be an immediate 1-1 support trade, leaving gold on the board at every ultimate under the sun. This is the GOATS Classic right now. If you've got Q, you better believe you're going to be pressing it every single ultimate. Finally showing up too little too late, and somehow nobody's really won the fight yet. The real winners here, of course, going to be Ben Bradley's as they get to rack up that point even longer. UEO off the map early. Could that be the open Venom Ra needs to succeed? They've got to get in quick. 40% already on the board. That rally coming out late from Toki. They are trying to find that opening for Ben Bradley's once again.
They haven't necessarily lost that speed just yet, but without their Reinhardt, they've basically lost that momentum. You even see the commitment coming in from Venom. The moment that the Reinhardt is back into this fight trying to protect them, they're being hit with overall damage. They really have to commit if they want to try and win it, but it's not really worth it in this scenario.
Yeah, as UEO goes down, I think that's going to be the real kind of door opener for Venom Ra. An additional 25% on the board early here. And Ben Bradley's, I would say they are just barely outside of that last fight territory. I think there is a possibility for Venom to bring it back, but as that Shatter jumps the corner and finds 3, they need the Elim to capitalize. Ronin gonna be eating that grab early. Matrix not able to bring out that grab when the team needs it most, but still trying to turn it around on their own shoulders. Matrix finds 1, turns it into 1.5 as that Diva Mech is gone. Ronin is gone, and Amelie is not far behind. Looking great now for Ben Bradley. They're just gonna keep walking it in one by one.
I mean, their big idea right here is to try and get as big of a time big as possible because Ben Bradley's have full control right now. And, well, they've built up to 2 support ultimates, so they're going to be having a lot of defensive options. Ronin still loves to throw in this bomb midway. They've landed some pretty big ones during Havoc fights. But the big worry right now is, are you going to be able to break through all of their support options? You got to shut them down before they really get a chance to pop them. Try and Ajax them, you know?
Absolutely, going for that opportunity, going for the big play here, and Yuyo from a distance, a football field away, gonna drop that Shatter, and it pays off at least a little bit. Takes on that Zenyatta. You're currently in a 2-to-1 trade, and Yuyo also goes down. Could that be the disaster Venom needed to strike? I'm so glad I made that comment earlier. Just barely outside of that last fight territory. If they had 2% more on the board there, they would have just won this stage. But instead, because they were those 2 short, that gave Venom their opening, it gave them their window to fight back, and now they cannot make even a single mistake. A fraction of an error here can cause disaster here on Control Center.
Now look at this, they're running in. Venom don't really have the biggest ultimates to be working on, but GOATS has never been that flashy anyways, as you see. They're looking to just build up to sustainability, but Venom, they need to space things out or else they'll burn through their ultimates.
They've really got to space things out here, and Yuyo trying to take this Reinhardt out of the match, but Evie gonna left shift right back in. There's a Diva Bomb up. How many go down? It's gonna be a whopping 0, but now a couple gonna be going down. Yuyo drops that Shatter, a phenomenal Transcendence coming in quick, and it looks like finally that Brig has fallen. Can that be the beginning of the end? Have the dominoes begin to fall either way? Notice another 2-2 trade. T-Champ takes out Micro, and now Mercury will go down. Venom Ra, they live another day. They are 24% away from being able to cap this first stage, just under the noses of the Triple B squad.
I got really worried right there. We saw Venom, like, immediately once that fight starts, start committing their support ultimates, which is one of the bigger parts when it comes down to the GOATS fights. But Ben tend to not really get the full commitment out of their own abilities, and their Reinhardt's going very aggressive and trying to build that Shatter, and it's paying off!
It is paying off in dividends here, user. That's already 2 supports down. Now the beauty of GOATS, you've got 1 left. Downside, it's your Lucio, and that Lucio not going to be able to heal through this run. Yuio securing play of the game, at least up to this point, with what I believe was a quadruple kill. T-Champ does not even get to drop the beat. That swan song does not even get to be sung, as BBB gonna walk away with that first stage on Lijiang Tower.
That was 99-99. You saw the control there, and it really went down to the ult coming. How these teams are using their resources going into the fight. I've always called GOATS a more individual type of game.
Sure.
If you're able to have a player who's really good at popping out a Transcendence, or is really good at controlling the speed boost the way you want to engage in the fight, you're going to make a big difference. That's what Mercury's always been doing with these Transcendences. They've been absolutely insane, as well as you've been seeing, go in with each Shatter and always landing at least 1, trying to do their best to just stun out one person, get a 5v6, and then take it over. And on a map like this, on Night Market, that just becomes incredibly more difficult if you're not very good at kind of controlling what space you have.
Yeah, it's all about controlling space. It truly is, user. And now we see both Reinhardt's walking a little bit. No real success in the fire strikes, but it's the left shifts that are really going to pay out here. It's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! With the first Elim. Mercury also going to be going down to support down on both sides. Now it's going to come down to that next Elim. How important it is already in Earth Shatter on the board. I mean, that had to be less than 10 seconds. And the Ben Bradley Babes going to be walking away with this first fight.
They just have no worry. When it's time to hit Q, they hit Q. They know they're going to be building it up, and that's why this player, this Reinhardt more specifically, has been a shining star. I mean, just look at that Transcendence. They swap it up. Now they're on the same cooldown as a Rein. And I get it. We changed up the stats a little to make this feel more like standard GOATs, but that's insane in retrospect. But, okay!
Oh, unfortunate. Toki going to be taken down early, but Amelie is also going to be, going to be taken down as well. Yu-Gi-Oh! Gone, Raja gone, and Mikro also down. Just, it's such a GOATS moment, truly. The kill feed just continuing to light up one after the other.
They got that control. I gotta say, I was not expecting just that complete headshot. Oh wait, no, Zeb actually wants to keep this fight alive. They don't need to win it, they just need to stall the point out.
Oh, they've got to stall at the point for as long as possible. And like you said, user, that's the goal at the end of the day. They've got point control. They need to get that number as high as possible. But Soytab simply not going to be letting that happen. The double kill comes in quick. Use the grab somewhere in the middle there. But Venom Ra, they've got their feet down once again. How long can they hold on to this point? Can they break through and force a third point? Can they force Gardens? Or are they going to get lost here on second stage as well?
They've got the chat emote ready to spam. That rally is giving them the sustainability, and they're already coming up not only on the grab but the sound barrier, which has always been a good combination for Ben Bradley. That's how they win it out. But I guess the shatter from Eevee is trying to stop him.
I love that the most successful shatters so far have been, though, just completely out of back pocket ones. Just a very quick spur of the moment choice brings down 3, 4, 5, and a team can usually capitalize off the back of it, but as Eevee dropped that shatter, already 75% to another one user, there was no change on Reinhardt's ult game. This is simply because everybody is standing so close together. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has one shatter, Eevee about to farm another, and it's gonna all come down to who can make more space for their team, which Reinhardt can live up to the tail, which Reinhardt can live up to the gusto to drop that hammer early and find themselves on top. Right now, 50% on board for Venom. We saw them get very close, but they just could not get there at the end of the day. There's a grab right into a shatter, now a Transcendence, every ultimate under the sun, as expected in a GOATS comp just like this one, and somehow, just barely, Venom Ra gonna find themselves on top. Eevee not letting go of that left click quite yet, taking down 2, trying, no, will find a third. 4, 5, and 6, not gonna be on point for much longer. Venom Ra, they are large and in charge right now, user.
If it's anything that Ben Bradley are very known for, it's hitting that key first. I'm actually a bit more surprised that we're not seeing them go in. Last fight right there, you saw them go in with the shatter, but I felt for out of the many shatters that kind of just go in trying to catch your opponents unpredictable, that was a bit more of a random one. You knew your opponents were sitting there safe. Now you have to see if you can predict if Eevee is standing there. No, they're going to be feel safe. They want to try to win this out.
Oh!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I could taste that one. I knew that one was coming. There's going to be a 4K off the corner there, but unfortunately, nobody goes down quick. Instead, it's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Dropping their own shatter, finding 3. Here's the bomb to move from Ronan. Now the beat coming out from T-Champ and Mikro. It's all about keeping your team alive. Matrix is down. Zarya, a massive piece of the puzzle. Vaughn, Yu-Gi-Oh! Going to fall as well. Toki, Mercury down as well. Venom Ra, they are so close. They can taste it. There are a few mistakes that can be made. This is their round to lose, and it looks like they are not going to. We are tied up here on Lijiang Tower, 1-1.
It's just deja vu for me. Like, this is what happened basically the first time that they got that they faced up against each other, and you could really give credit to Raja's own Transcendence building. It was absolutely insane, especially in 2 of those lowest fights. Actually getting a bit more. If we were able to see the statistics, I definitely feel that Raja's leading up next to at least the Diva in comparison, because the Zarya is always going to be leading it. But now with it being on Gardens, I think Venom actually have this more into the bag, especially with their more reserved abilities to use their ultimates. They're more willing to pop 6 in one fight, while Ben Bradley really just tend to kind of overcommit the support ultimates when it goes to these very quick scenarios, rather than their own DP, well, not DPS, but tank abilities.
Yeah, the closest thing we've got to a DPS right now, of course, being that Zarya, so as soon as she goes down, things really start to get scary for that team. Yu-Gi-Oh! Goes in quick, completely unafraid of that crowd control ability that could be catching him out, whether it be the charge or the stun. I mean, it's not going to be able to do much as Raja is the first to fall. Amo also going to go down. 2 supports, 1 left, and Eevee, I mean, 1 by 1 here. Venom Ra taken down, completely obliterated, and Yu-Gi-Oh! With that shatter already online. I cannot get over how quickly these shatters are being charged. I love it.
It's the beautiful part. I forget how much of a percentage like we really boosted it up, but it's not by like the world's most considerable amount. They still need to full commit into these sites if they want to be building it first scenarios. But I'm a little scared right here, Septilance. They are going to break this shield if they're Venom aren't careful.
Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Gets a little bit overzealous there, tries to greed the shield break, but unfortunately the damage was just not there to boot. The left shift in and Eevee down. That's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Going in quick. The bubble is not going to keep you alive long enough. The Lucio beat comes in. The rally, the Transcendence all online to keep the Triple B squad up and running. But now here comes a beat and a rally and a grab from the other side. There's the bomb from Ronin. Is anybody going to fall in this fight? But no! Oh, but yes! Mercury finally down. Raja not far behind him. Zeb is the one to seal the deal, to rip that fight wide open, and the Ben Bradley Babes keeping themselves on top. And user, I might be wrong, but I've checked. I don't think Ryan had his ult damage increased. I think it's just the normal ult charge.
I believe that's something. We changed it here and there, so I'm definitely gonna have to like quickly.
Maybe it's overall ult charge.
Yeah, it is overall ult charge, so like they're still having to commit if they want to build it up.
Oh, I found it. It's a 115. It's a 115 increase.
Yeah, which is still insane.
That's
but
true.
now they're having to deal with the Transcendence.
Oh!
With the Shadow landed.
Eevee just tanks that shatter. Unfortunately, not going to have the progress that you wanted. Micro down. Raja also going to be taken out early. Now Soitab trying to clean things up. Eevee not far behind. This tank duo cleaning things up as Ronin is just pulling focus as much as they can. Takes down Matrix. Yu-Gi-Oh! Gets in one lick to try and even things out here. Tries to even left shift out, but on a stage like this one, you are not making it out that easily. User, you might have put a big old caster curse on top of Venom Ra here, because you said, oh, they've probably got this one, and now they are staring a 90-0 in the face.
Oh, I'm feeling absolutely terrible. I mean, the big idea is that this map, it allows you to play very stally. It allows you to commit an ultimate and then have like 3 people come back and be able to survive, which is what Venom has really been shining at. And I guess on paper, that's the idea that you really can't be living on when Ben Bradley's are more focusing on finishing out that Zarya, who has more damage than normal, who's able to really melt people down. And it's been favoring out. And look at this ult economy. I mean, it's entering into last fight scenario quite possibly, and they have, what, 4 or 5 ultimates going in?
I think the read here is going to be the grab from Matrix. If Ronin can eat it, they've got this in the bag, no doubt. But unfortunately, that grab does come out. Now everybody going to be hugging in a bit of a Zarya Venn diagram. And somehow, Venom Ra just cleans house. That's going to be every single player from Ben Bradley's Babes down and out. I've got to say, a 6K is essentially as effective as eating a grab. So what was done, what was needed, was done. I think Venom Ra is in a much better position now, but they sent quite a few ultimates down the drain. Triple B coming in with a few ultimates to boot, but Eevee immediately gonna try to set them back a couple of steps and successfully gonna do so. Yu-Gi-Oh, Toki, and Micro all biting the bullet early. I guess biting the hammer early.
You see, Septilance, you called it a possible caster curse. I call it only the inevitable. You're seeing as they're kind of pushing themselves back in, and they're playing at the pace that they really want to be going. That's what T-Champ always wants to be doing. You may even see T-Champ a little bit into the backline. It's funny, but it's what happens. As well as Fraja's going on these angles, they have a lot more natural cover, so they're getting away with it. Now with the kind of the defensive ultimates versus the more aggressive ones, Ben Bradley's bomb needs to kind of shut someone down, and it does.
The person you were just talking about, T-Champ, is going to be the one on the wrong side of that bomb. Now, Mercury and Toki taken out early, so can there be that turnaround? But no, instead it's Soitab, basically a full charge Zarya staring you in the face with that beam, and it is a nasty one. I don't think I like that grab very much. There was absolutely nobody there to follow up on it, and instead it just kind of helped Venom Ra regroup, pull a target, and Matrix was the one to reap what they had sown. They take them down early, and unfortunately it's going to be fortunately for Ben Bradley's, it's going to be Venom Ra taking out another victory here. T-Champ finds a boop off the stage, Mercury gone, Yu-Gi-Oh gone, Micro with the style points that is Venom Ra coming in on top. So user, you were right all along. I was but a fool to doubt you.
Gotta get that venom, as Eminem once says. Listen, all right, I've got the mind games when it comes down to these players, and it's how we worked, it's how we solve. They sometimes they didn't always stay close to the point. And when
Right.
they did, they always had at least somebody a little bit more far back, weren't always getting caught out. Ben Bradley could not keep up with that momentum, especially if you're talking about when they got to the spawn room and they're sitting there outside the gates hitting Q every moment. I mean, that's been Ben Bradley's biggest weakness, is that they are kind of either unwilling to commit an ultimate to possibly save it, or they do it at the last possible second by the time that half of the team is gone and they don't have that Reinhardt who's going to be able to defend them. And, well, that's how Venom is now kind of feeling great, especially because they haven't stopped playing. So I'm wondering now, what G Fuel are they taking? Or more specifically, what are they keeping in their system to be able to kind of continue forward? Personally, my guess would have to be Vite Ramen, because Vite Ramen has been a consistent sponsor for Natter's tournaments, and we are so grateful for the continued support and for this and the Overwatch community. If you're interested in tasty ramen, highly recommend you check out their website, especially because I know for a fact it is beautiful.
Absolutely. And I've got to say, at this point, I would usually offer some kind of critique. Like, I think one of these teams is sitting on their ultimates too long. But even the players that aren't using their ult right away are just throwing it out there, because you're going to get it back, and you're usually going to get it back very quickly. So it's about using those ults when you have them rather than sitting on them. I think towards the end, we saw a couple players sitting on them too long for my liking. Of course, Matrix probably had a plan, but unfortunately the team went down too quickly. That plan fell through, and I think Ben Bradley's Babes really fell victim to a plan collapse. Now we're going to be moving into our second map, our second whatever it may be, and I'm really eager to see, can Venom Rock carry it out through the control point? Can they win control and take it into a 2-0, or are we going to be staring a 1-1 in the face here?
Well, they're definitely going on back to the idea of being, well, not only just the aggressors, but having yourself set up, because the way this is going to work is we're going straight over to an escort. More specifically, we're going over to Rialto, and I love Rialto when it comes down to goats, because there's I love first point high ground in every type of composition, but when it comes to goats specifically, you could be juked if you're not careful. Having a Reinhardt and an entire 6 team jump on top of you is worse than any type of essay you could be given last minute.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting on Rialto, because while we quite literally cannot see another team comp, I think Rialto was built for other team comps. I mean, we see so much Echo and Pharah in this map. We see a lot of Winston. The only character that I'm looking at right now that I'm like, oh, that would make sense for Rialto would be D.Va and Lucio. The rest feel to me a little bit like fish out of water, at least for certain points of this map. Now, personally, I'm just excited to see Rialto. I love Rialto. I think it's a beautiful map. I think it's one of the prettiest in the game. I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm really excited to see how a non-Rialto comp might work on Rialto.
Maybe just living in the past, because right now, when it comes down to the present, these players are making sure they are no fish out of water. And look at this, we even got that side swap. So Ben Bradley, they're the ones who are going to set the pace. They either get full held or they full hold. That I will not take anything else, because Rialto is fairly well known for the full hold capability, and that's just my favorite part of this map. However, I mean, this is a fairly simple, I think, out of everything, especially compared to, like, Lijiang Tower, it's going to be a bit more obvious where these teams are taking their rotations. Like, you're already seeing Venom. They want to go for this full hold because they get a free fight afterwards. It's similar to how they did onto Havana. And, well, I love it. I just really hope that Raja doesn't randomly get picked off early again.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that one. And Mikro with that absolute Giga Brain play, predicting the GOATS comp, absolute genius there. And we talked about kind of getting flanked, kind of getting collapsed on, right? And it looks like that's exactly what Ben Bradley's is trying to do. They're trying to separate at least one of the tanks, maybe one of the supports early, find that elimination, and go from there. A seriously spread out composition is not going to work well right now. Matrix, the first to find that out. Evie trying to left shift out, but just cannot do it fast enough. That is a 1-1 trade. Definitely in favor of Ben Bradley's Babes, because they've got a massive spawn advantage, the biggest you can have in the game, quite literally. Ronin takes out Zeb, and that is going to be Venom trying to stabilize, but they know they've got to give up here. Raja taking down a Shatter for bragging rights more than anything. The alpha play, the Shatter onto absolutely no one, but Yuio has got those wheels of movement, and that's the important part here.
I think that's the same equivalent of a parent calling their child by their real name rather than any nickname they have.
Absolutely.
That's just like the fair warning. You know you messed up. I could have landed it, but I had to let you know that I built it up as a threat because you're not checking me. You're not shutting me down. I mean, yeah, you've got this rally, but so do we.
A fascinating rally here from Venom Ra. Amo brings it out really early, and It's not a bad rally. I think maybe just waiting 1 or 2 more seconds could have made a positive difference, because by the time they got close enough, the rally was already about halfway done. But hey, to each their own, right? It's going to be that Shatter coming out quick, and Eevee had a phenomenal setup there. The boop just carried that Reinhardt into prime position, and now as that grab comes out, the swing like nobody's business. We see already Eevee is 70% back. That is just absurd, to say the very least. Toki goes down. Now it's going to be a Transcendence and a beat coming out quick. Ronan drops the bomb, and oh! Necro! Oh no! Yuio goes down. It is going to be a bloodbath here in favor of Venom Ra. They've stabilized the card. User, you said it best. This map, famous for that full hold potential. Oh. That's like an eye for an eye, right? Same concept here.
I can't with these players. I mean, yeah, it is a little more obvious where you want to go, so these fights are really going down to what ultimate you're committing first. And Mercury Mage does a fantastic job of using Transcendence first, comes out with another one, but they're not having those ultimates during the mid-fight. So they're using them early, they're not having them, and when it matters the most, they're missing out.
Oh, a pretty massive grab here coming in from Matrix, trying to make up for that Shatter. Oh! Oh! Yuio! Oh! Yuio just handed themselves the play of the game on a silver platter there. Knew they had the fight win, I think. I really think that one was for Flare, and by golly, was that Flare full. I don't know wow, that was interesting, to say the very least. Now Yuio bullied in that spawn point, and then Bradley's babes, they have got this cart moving right now.
The ego
Truly.
took over them. They said, oh, I have 200 damage, I'll be able to one-shot half the enemy team. Yeah, let's go. But look, they've got their Reinhardt back and they're committing back into the fight. I feel like there's a bigger problem onto Venom for not even committing when they had the upper edge. I mean, now they're going to be losing this momentum. They're going to be losing the pace. And that's solely because they think, oh, Reinhardt's not here. We're going to be perfectly fine. We just have to team up. But that Ryan respawn is not that long because they can charge.
Now this is arguably my favorite point in the map. This is the part where a team either rolls or gets rolled. Right about here, and I'm really excited to see what these teams can do with these compositions early. We're going to see a Transcendence out early. Here's a Diva Bomb as a counter boot. Able to find T-Champ. That is devastating. That is step one to getting rolled, is losing one of your supports. The boop in with the Shatter. Oh, a chef's kiss. Coordinated play there coming out, and now it's Eevee trying to save the day. 138 HP in a dream. Takes out Lucio. Toki not far behind. Can Eevee be the hero this team needs in their final moments? They have got more HP than they need, and oh, as that hammer comes through, they just cannot live long enough. A valiant effort, to say the very least, but that is going to be the Triple B squad rolling into the second point.
Listen, I love Eevee. I've worked with Eevee before. I think they're very talented, Ryan, but that 1v everybody is not going to work with just a sound barrier in your back pocket. At least we're back into this neutral space, where both teams have a prime opportunity to kind of walk back in, build up their ultimates and commit. But Ben Bradley, they don't want to overcommit. They do have more ultimates being built up, but Venom are willing to. You want them to waste them right now.
Do it, Yuio. Do it, Yuio. Oh, it's eaten entirely. I saw the gears turning from one Rhine player to another. I knew what was coming, but unfortunately, I mean, it was just the beginning of the end there. That is a complete and total team wipe once again onto Venom Ra. Now, user, we talked about how often teams are full held here on Rialto, but Ben Bradley's giving us the exact opposite. They're going to cap, possibly. I'm not going to say it's happening quite yet, but they are looking to cap all 3 points here.
Subtleton being wrong, folks. Name a better duo. I guess it's going to be the Shatter being stopped by a Transcendence.
That's coming in quick. That Transcendence trying to keep the team alive, but it's going to come to a close much sooner than this point is going to be capped. Mercury, oh! Eevee is able to find that elimination. The stun comes through onto Yuio. They're not going to be going down quite yet. 2:41 on the clock and counting. Yuio down, Mercury down. It's going to be a 6v4 with an insane spawn advantage for Venom Ra. I think it's best for Ben Bradley's to get in, but instead they get out, and Necro snipes the cart out from underneath almost the entire team.
I went monkey mode for like a solid minute. My brain, the neutrons inside. I see the Lucio stay there. I see everybody move up a tiny bit, getting a squad. It's as if the Lucio mastered the ability of standing still, and nobody could see. Listen, at this level, you know, it's common. I think we can both agree. You know, T9s are possible. But that doesn't count as a C9. I don't know what that was, but that was much worse than a C9. Because they saw the Lucio.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, that was. I don't know if he like doubled in and then doubled back and it was like a big fake the whole time, or if they never left to begin with. I truly don't know what happened, but it was hysterical and unexpected, and what a pleasant surprise. We've got 2:34 on the clock. I mean, that's going to be a tough one to beat. Realistically, I mean, it's possible if they can roll through the same way Triple B just did, but at the same time, it's unlikely. Statistically speaking, it's unlikely for a team to cap all 3 points. Ben Bradley's, they've beaten the statistics once already. Can Venom Ra do the exact same? I guess that's what this round's all about, finding out.
I haven't been giving Micro enough love. Toki and Mercury have been more of the bigger plays, especially with their ultimates, but Micro's getting at least the speed done when it comes down. But I really want to see them being a lot more aggressive, helping the team walk in. That's one of the moments when I mean Fragile dying very early because of a random angle that they took.
Now, this was an interesting fight last time because Ben Bradley's was really spread out. They were really struggling to kind of focus on a target. They got lost earlier, but still their Ryan was able to clean things up. If we see a repeat of that here, that's a great pace setter for Venom Ra to get in early. But instead, I mean, this is just, I don't want to use the word sloppy because that's got a negative connotation. This is just a very sporadic fight. It's just a lot of people in 1v1, sometimes changing their mind on who they want to attack with Venom Ra, losing Lucio, losing the mech, and losing the fight because of it. Now they're going to have to regroup in spawn and try again. 40 seconds already gone here.
Yeah, honestly, this is more given to Venom's own style of gameplay where they're more willing to commit to the fight even when somebody falls, but they're not staying back. They're not staying in spawn trying to get the full heal so they can go in as 6. They're giving Ben Bradley a big ult economy right now. I mean, Mercury's already coming up on a Transcendence, and they're coming up on a Grav, while Venom's really Venom's only has one player who's coming up on an ultimate, and they're stuck on the high ground, not doing much. It's a big problem.
Oh my goodness, a Hail Mary grab from Soitap, and it works out well. A surprise, but a welcome one, I'm sure, for Venom Ra. That Earth Shatter from Eevee. Oh my goodness, I mean, come on, you think that's got to be the thing to seal the deal, but all of a sudden it's a 3K, a 3K. Oh my goodness, a third 3K. Absolutely bonkers. Micro, yep, understandable. Have a nice day. That's going to be coming in quick, able to find a couple of eliminations there, and I mean, we're 2.5 minutes on the clock here, and the cart, I'm hesitant to say it's even moving yet, because it's truly not. They're all going to be pulled on grab. Diva loses her mech, and Zarya, the last one standing. Can this be the opening moment? They're going to commit a rally onto 2 people? I mean, to be fair, one of them is a Reinhardt after all. You want to take him down as quickly as possible, but oh my goodness, back to back to back, but still, somehow, Venom Ra finding themselves on top of this fight.
If you ask me, that rally had to be committed into this fight, not because it's solely 4 people and you're worried, but you force out your opponent to do something similar, and with them being on the back end, Ben Bradley really cannot afford to use an ultimate like that when there's really only 4 people. Sure, you have a bit more of a sustain, but long term, Venom are going to be building up their ultimates much faster than you. They're being the engagers, and they have more answers to what you're pulling up. Remember, you're being onto the receiving end with maybe 2 ultimates, and then you have a stagger, so you can't really engage in without your Reinhardts. Venom don't even have to commit. This point is practically free, but they still decide to go in 8.
Yeah, speaking of free things, when your enemy Reinhardt jumps off the map, I mean, that's just, that is a free shatter if I have ever seen one. Soitap gonna be able to find Micro early. Is the opening gonna be here? I mean, that was almost kind of a free walk for Venom once they got the card moving, and it looks like it's still going to be. They're just ripping Ben Bradley's apart. They've got that second point cap, 3.5 minutes. They're on a great pace to cap second in maybe 1 fight if they're lucky. Perhaps it's going to take 2, but I'd love to see them just do it in quick in that 1 fight and cap second point. It's going to be all about this ultimate usage, and I was going to say Rialto, notably more than Li Zhang, every ultimate just seems to be use it when you get it. Don't even think about why you're using it, just press that funny Q button.
That's just how GOATs work sometimes, but I mean, if you really want to be the more dominant team, you have to be paying attention not only to that positioning, but what you're using your ultimates for.
Oh!
Look at that beautiful Transcendence!
I mean, the Transcendence was there, but I don't think they even needed it. I think the shield ate a good chunk of that shatter, and Eevee finds one, Vraja finds another. They actually find each other's counterparts. That's cute. A little duo taking out a duo. Vraja finds that mech. Oh, Soitap down, and that has got to be Venom Ra continuing to keep these wheels moving and a grooving and a schmooving and some other thing that rhymes. They are coming in quick here, trying to keep that dream alive. If they can cap all 3 points, I mean, they'll take us into extra rounds, and that's where things are going to get interesting in a GOATS comp.
But that was an example of what I mean by using your ultimates with intentions, because Raja immediately used it knowing that they want to go forward. It was only lucky that Eevee recognizes that there was going to be a shatter. That's beautiful Ryan play right there, but now they're on top of the high ground. Biggest thing they have to worry about is this Bomb D.Va combo, because they may break through their shield if they're not lucky, but it was a little too high.
Oh, but that'll do it! That'll do it! Zeb finds the double. That is gonna just, that's not even gonna open the door, that's gonna kick the door in and off its hinges, just completely obliterating any hope Venom Ra had of winning that fight. And that was the most GOATS fight we've had so far, I think. That was, what, 5-6 ultimates in one fight? That's definitely the most we've seen here on Rialto, and it ended up really strongly in favor of Ben Bradley's because of a mechanic that didn't even exist during GOATS. So what a fun little turnaround there. Oh, Toki off the map. We've got the Ryan pin for pin combo here. Both of them looking for a shatter. Who's gonna land it first? Oh, and it is going to be Yuio. Takes Amel off the map. I mean, every ultimate under the sun. There's the grab. There's the beat. Where's the shatter from Eevee? We'd love to see it. The 180 shatter, perhaps, but no, instead, just going for the easy kills. A little bit more safety here, keeping that shatter for the next fight, because, hey, Venom Ra knows they've won this fight fair and square.
Now, I know we don't have replays right now. I know we don't. But if somebody in chat could clip that fight, I need to see. Because I'm pretty sure Toki shield bashed off the point by accident.
That'll do.
Which causes Ben Bradley that entire fight. Now they have to deal with a speed and sound barrier. But Venom still have control because they're waiting. They're lowering it down to get the 360 shatter.
No way they fall for the 360 shatter, bro. It just turns around, completely forgets about the shatter, and that'll do. I mean, T-Champ falls to the... There's a lot of questionable things happening right now here, user, and it looks like nobody's really going to find themselves out on top of anything until the next person goes down. T-Champ has fallen with Venom Ra. They are not giving up yet. Amel and Soytab leading the charge. Speaking of charge, Yuio takes down Eevee. Can that be what this team needed to get back into this fight? Yuio takes down Soytab. Ronin finds Toki. It is trade for trade under the sun here. Amel finds Yuio, and it is... They are seconds away from winning, but they are just as many seconds away from losing. And as Ronin drops a triple kill to win that fight, that's got to be it here. Ben Bradley's, they're looking to stabilize right now, but instead, they're going to be able to with relative ease. 13 seconds left on the clock. Venom Ra coming in quick. Oh, but not quick enough. Still 1.27 meters left on the point. Looking for the boop off, but it's not going to be happening. Oh, the kill into the 180 shatter. Eevee, a player after my own heart here. Truly, these shatters are absurd, to say the very least. Venom Ra, they've capped that second point. They've got to lock it all the way into third, and realistically, user, it's going to be no time left on the clock if they're successful.
GOATS, I don't think we really need to worry too much about timing. As long as they have a fight, they have a really good chance of winning compared to like standard Overwatch with how ult economy is built up right now. I think more than anything, Ben Bradley, they just want to stop it right here. They want to try and take that series up rather than allowing it to be so close. But look at that, their Ryan's gone so early, and they reacted slow with the Transcendence.
Eevee has that first elimination. Let's see who's going to be able to pick up the second. The shadow from Eevee, unfortunately unsuccessful. Took somebody down, but there was a beat to keep them alive. And speaking of beat, T-Champ dropping their own. Here comes Transcendence, keeping the team up. Possibly the rally from Amel, as T-Champ has gone down as well. The beat from Micro, though, is going to be the opener that Ben Bradley's needed. Once again, Toki has bit the dust. And Matrix may be the next in line, but it's Amel instead that goes down. That rally completely and utterly useless. Not able to keep the team alive. Matrix finds Raja, and it is going to be another fight win for Ben Bradley's. 30 seconds left on the clock. Not to be generic, but this truly is a now or never moment for Venom Ra.
It is absolutely, especially when they're going out and they're being staggered, they're getting hit with a shatter the last 18 seconds. I mean, T-Champ will have to hit an absolute, you know, Overwatch level rollout to be able to touch that point. And if they do, somebody's got to, you know, sign them. But it's not the best scenario. I think they might have to just mentally reset and look for the next point.
Eevee left shifted in. Oh! They're going to be able to get some card presence here in the final seconds. They are down players like nobody's business. 2 supports already down and out, but they're pushing the cart. The contest comes in a little bit too quick. There is not a hope under the sun here. T-Champ and Eevee going to be going down in these final moments. But hey, Ben Bradley's babes putting themselves back on the map. They've got enough eliminations here. I'm comfortable to say this map is over. They're going to be able to win map 2 and tie the series up 1-1. We're going first to 3, so we've got minimum 2 maps left.
And then let's say hypothetically that point was a lot closer. You know, let's say like early second point kind of scenario, then you could have said that Venom would have had a chance there. But it was too far away. They didn't have the respawns. They were so split through that it does not work to their favor. Like, feel proud of that you got that shatter, but you need that work convincingly. You've got to combine your ultimates These players are going for these solo kills. They're trying to be the star makers, but it's GOATs. You gotta be working as a team if you want those opportunities to to really kind of bring it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's so funny, that shatter play. I mean, another one, we saw that earlier, the double kill or a team wins a fight because of the Diva remech thing that was added to the game. We see that fight won because of the shatter change that was added to the game. So it's funny, we're playing GOATs, but there's a way that we can never truly play GOATs because there's changes. There's things that have changed in the game that make it massive plays just like that one. And folks, tonight, not even over. Not even close to over. Minimum 2 maps left. But what is over is this segment of the evening is we're going to throw it to a little break. We'll be right back with our next segment. We've got at least 2 more maps for you. Don't go far. We'll see you right back here in just a few minutes.
Greatness can be found in anyone, anywhere. But raw talent without guidance, practice, and focus is nothing. Every legend had a teacher. So let's get started with Rank Up. Get top-tier coaching in a new way to level up your gameplay. Professional boot camps with guest pro players, on-demand coaching for when you need it most, hero guides crafted by professionals. Learn to win. Signups begin soon.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and I will say hello to all the damage dealers this time as well, whether you're playing DPS or not. We love you all the same, but welcome back. We are going to be jumping into map 3, and chat, if I had to ask you to guess, put all your channel points on what map is coming up next. Just kidding. There's no poll. It's King's Row. The joke is it's a map that we definitely expected to see, and we're going to be seeing. So I'm personally very excited. Reinhardt player, Junkrat player, I love King's Row. Can't help myself, right? But user, moving into King's Row, this is also going to be my favorite map of the night because Goats on this map, more than I think any other map in the game, is just insane. Pure chaos from door open to door closed. There is not a moment for anyone to think, to breathe, or to strategize. It is just blood out the gate.
We're really used to seeing a Mei getting the wall up, and that's when a team goes aggressive. But when you're just looking at your opponent eye to eye, there's not much natural cover in the entirety of this map aside from the payload itself. That's why it's so hectic. That's why you see a lot of big playmakers kind of shine off, especially when it's gone down to, I think, like earlier Overwatch, back when you had a bit more open and Ryan play was a lot more convincing to see rather than seeing a Wrecking Ball go onto the map as a viable idea. Now, Venom just need to kind of keep up that momentum. They didn't necessarily have the best outcome, and that, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm worried that means they're going to be slowing down. I'm more worried that means they're not fully thinking about how they want to engage into these fights. Right. It's still GOAT, but it's Overwatch nonetheless. You need to have an idea.
Yeah, so I've definitely noticed with Venom Ra over these last couple of maps that when they are, this is going to sound like such a stupid point to make, but I promise there's reasoning behind it. They are good at being the better team. When they are winning, when they are holding, that is where they thrive. But it's when they have to struggle, when they have to punch up, that's where this team seems to fumble a little bit. And I'm curious as they move in. I don't want to critique this too heavily. We're in a GOATS comp, right? But moving into this, when they are on the attack, when they are fighting against a team, constantly pushing back against them, can they adapt? Can they use these ultimates a little bit more in tandem? I think I'd like to see the grab and the bomb being used a little bit more kind of hand in hand. That was one of the first comments I made at the beginning of the broadcast. That's kind of a necessity in a GOATS comp. And we really haven't seen that from Venom as much. So I really think busting that out here would be a huge play for them.
I would be happy if we just saw these ultimates being used when teams are closer together so they can get the max value. Or just being a bit more proactive. If you know you're going for the grab bomb strategy, throw the bomb in beforehand. That's why you saw the remet kill being a possibility into the grab. But you could land that 9 times out of 10 if you're prepared to already throw it out. They're throwing it last second, trying to hesitate. They're throwing it far too high, which is something I'm at least not used to. Maybe it's because these players are mostly managers and different, staff members, so they're more used to laughing at their own players for making those mistakes. But now, who's suffering from it now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was Ageless who said, those who can't do teach, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing here is maybe a couple of mild mistakes here and there we wouldn't expect traditional players to make, but hey, it's coaches, right? They're doing things a little bit different. They're learning. They know the game to an analytical T. It's playing it. It's bringing it to the table. That's the hard part. Not saying these guys are doing poorly. They could all dunk on me any day of the week. And as Evie is currently dunking on the entirety of Ben Bradley's babes, that's going to be 4 down and out. Zeb, I think, kept the mech. I didn't keep an eye on whether or not. Yeah, looks like they did keep it, and they're going to be able to get out with it. Already 30 seconds off the clock. You've got to do that about, what, 7 or 8 more times to a full hold?
For like a fair estimate, I would definitely say yes, but let's look at the shatters. Ben Bradley, they don't even have that percentage up in comparison.
Not even close.
Yeah, Venom is already, Eevee's coming close. They have a prime opportunity to pop it, but they didn't really need it.
Did not need it, but hey, it comes out anyway, right? It's going to be a pretty big opener here. Raja with a double kill. Absolute huge playmaker for Venom Ra to come in quick. It's going to be, once again, a full, not a complete and total team wipe, but pretty darn toot and close. Ben Bradley's babes coming in hot and being taken out just as hot. That is going to be a very quick back-to-back fight win for Venom Ra. They've got practically every ultimate under the sun they're going to need to win this next fight.
But they do have their win condition of what they've been setting up, which is more Matrix popping out this Graviton Surge, and then the rest of the team just tries to either build off their ultimates off of it, or we see the Shatter be committed inside of it once it's built, which is an understandable factor, but they already had to use the Transcendence. It's a bit risky.
Nearly Transcendence. Grab comes out late. There's the bomb. Okay, grab bomb. That's what I wanted to see. And unfortunately, it's not going to be able to find any kills. Here's the shatter. Here's the rally. Here's the beat. Here's the bomb. I can't name every ultimate here. I'm going to run out of breath. My lungs are going to collapse. But the point is, a lot of them are coming out quickly. And somehow, Venom Ra is still finding themselves on top of the fight. Now, as I say that, Mercury takes out T-Champ. That could be an opener, but I'm really not sure it's going to be. Amo finds Toki. Mercury's gone. And yeah, okay, that's what I expected. Ben Bradley, they're going to be taken out just one by one here. Even the Lucio not making it out. We're halfway done with this time bank here. If Venom Ra full holds, I mean, they will be in an amazing position to win this map and put themselves on on tournament point.
In the words of what younger children would say, no cap, Venom are doing well, but I mean, they don't have that mech. They're not going to have a possibility of eating up a Graviton Surge, so they have to be quick. I mean, just look, Eevee's already struggling, surviving, and the rest of the team gets shattered.
Ueo, a phenomenal shatter there. That's going to be 3 down, and that should be just enough to keep the team off the point and guarantee a first point cap for Ben Bradley's. A clean 4 minutes on the clock. They're going to win another fight here and get this cart probably up, I'd say near first corner. I'm not sure if they're going to actually make it past that first corner. They'll make it under Archway for sure, and then the upcoming corner. Kind of King's Row 1.5 is what I always call that. It's going to be, can Venom Ra get there fast enough to give a full hold, or are they going to start trickling in like dominoes? Now, this is what I'm talking about earlier. Venom Ra, they are the team punching up. They are the team that needs to take down Ben Bradley's babes to find themselves back on top, or this might be a domino effect. This may be kind of a ripple effect. They lost the first fight. Will they ever be able to restabilize?
Really don't want to be living in these hypotheticals. I want to see these players do it. But I mean, okay, wait, guys, this is not what I meant by doing it.
Oh, and Eevee just whiffs a shatter. Ueo's not going to be much better. Both of them taking down, I think, one person, maybe only 2 either way. Eevee finds one. Ueo going to find another. And oh, it's just a back and forth bloodbath here. A clean 50-50. Ronin finds Mercury. And Eevee with another shatter. You've got to be kidding me. That is absolutely absurd. Eevee finally goes down, but the damage truly was done there. I mean, Ben Bradley's, they did not get to stabilize. They did not get to push the cart any further, and they got stuck right there on King's Row 1.5.
Ben Bradley's, I think the bigger problem is been going back to how you've been calling out what their ultimates have been doing. I think they're building them up incredibly fast, a lot faster, than Venom, although not in the Shatter department. Eevee's just been going absolute ham. But regardless, they're not really combining their ultimates. They're not using them in those prime opportunities. Right now, they have the sound barrier, but they're making a better call of waiting it. However, they're still having to deal with the many other ultimates that are being built. It's a risk, and they're giving up a lot of time for it.
That charge right there was a risk. I think Ueo, 1 inch to the side there, they get stuck on the side of the bookstore. They get taken out early. That could have been disastrous for Ben Bradley's babes, but instead, that disaster is but a hypothetical. Coming in quick, Ueo has that shatter. Probably going to jump the corner to use it. Got to get rid of that shield first. Here's the grab. Where's the shatter? Eevee finds Micro. It might already be too late. Matrix going to be able to find another one. Omel takes down Ueo. This is Venom Ra, large and in charge once again. They're taking down every single member of the Triple B squad. No prisoners. King's Row 1.5 is a brutal beast to conquer.
We've got our answer from what I thought much earlier in the series, or at least the question that we brought up to the
stagger.
Yeah, guys, come on, it's goats. You don't got to be this mean. It's just like
goats.
Shrimp. But it's just like the hypothetical that, or the question that we brought up of what is it better to a player, resting or continuing that momentum? And I think Venom, we're seeing them completely adapt and change things up and have longer. Wait. No, somebody get that replay. I need the codes right now. I need the scrim codes.
That was just an off-the-corner full volley directly into Vraja's mechanical skull, taking them down early. That Zenyatta down and out, and that forces Venom to tuck tail. They've got to get out of dodge right now. They don't have Transcendence. They don't have Discord, so obviously Ben Bradley's is going to be doing a lot more damage as they open into this fight. That might be a second-point cap off 1 elimination. They've got to go in now or never. 3.73, the bomb comes in quick. There's the beat to try and keep the team alive. The Shatter going to be able to find a couple, but no damage to be done. There's Transcendence, but Eevee is already down and out. Here comes a counter bomb, going to be able to find absolutely nothing, and it's going to be the next elimination that really seals the deal for one team or another. But which team is it going to be, user? That is the question. Toki is going to be able to find one, Zeb finds another, and Ben Bradley's babes, when they needed to most, are coming back to life. Here they come. It is going to be Ueo taking down Omel. That is it. Venom Ra, they will crumble in the swan song, the final hour. They could have stalled that team right then and there, but Ben Bradley's babes come back to life. 1:05 on the clock.
dying early randomly before the fight begins is something that I called out Raja on Rialto. I did not expect that to be something that happens on King Show that ends up costing them the hold on to second point. It's not the worst thing in the world, I'm gonna give you that. But they're definitely not feeling the best.
Definitely not feeling the best so far. Oh my goodness, it's going to be every old one. I've never seen a team fight take place up here. This is definitely a first for me, and it looks like it's not going to be the last as Ben Bradley's Babes comes in quick. Yuio with a triple kill. That is a huge opener. Now, Triple B squad, they are rolling in quick. 70 seconds left on the clock. Venom Ra. Usually they looked so good. And then all of a sudden, things just fell apart. They were not able to put the pieces back together. One of the pieces fell into the nearby ventilation system. They were never able to get it back. They can't complete the puzzle. Everything's a mess. This whole day is ruined. But now it is Ben Bradley's capitalizing on that moment. They stole the puzzle piece. They put it in their pocket because they needed to make sure that Venom Ra was not going to be able to put anything back together. Matrix finds one. Yurio finds another. Toki takes down Soitab. It is just a complete and total bloodbath right now.
I feel absolutely bad. Venom have the ultimates, they have the resources to be able to win this, but they're basically falling while still running. It's like the nightmare that where you're just completely going off of a building. They have the prime opportunities and the rally. That sound barrier has absolutely changed up the game.
No!
They need to get the picks for it. That may actually be the opener.
There's no way this crumbles because T-Champ gets a boop there on the Toki. That would be the miracle this team needed. But as Matrix walks in with a 17-player kill streak right now, that has got to be enough to break it. The Diva Bomb off the map! Ronan knew it was over before it was over. And with 8.6 seconds left, Ben Bradley's Babes are finally conquering that third point of Kings Row. Venom Ra, the win condition has been set. They've got more than 4 minutes to meet it if they can crack that first point.
That's a chat emo right there. Being able to allow a few of your teams to just fall and then you still manage to win it out, that's what I'm talking about. That's absolutely beautiful. But that did come with some big risk. I mean, my analogy still stands of kind of the idea. I feel like once Raja kind of fell in streets, they never fully recuperated mentally. Right. They were... It's like falling off your bicycle, you skid your knee, but you're still trying to ride. You're not in full shape, and that big weakness is going to cost you maybe a second or two when it comes down to the reactions. You're not going to be able to win it out. I still feel Venom now have a good opportunity. They're going to be back to 100% going into this fight. I think more Ben Bradley's. They're the ones who need to pay more attention. Yeah. They're the ones who need to figure out how they want to adapt. They're not the ones who have been controlling these fights. And maybe with the help of Latency, they could probably change that. And if you don't know who Latency is, well, Latency is a tournament organization and a production company dedicated to helping competitors, teams, and content creators perfect their craft. You can join them as they work to provide bigger and better events to the Overwatch, Valorant, and Rocket League communities. I think they're going to need that right now.
Absolutely. You know, I talked about earlier when Venom Ra, when they're the team punching up, that's where they struggle. They tried to punch up, they got knocked down, and it is their time to prove that they can win out from that underdog position, from that underdog story. They're going to move in quick. This fight already lasting longer than Triple B's did on their attack. But Vraja needs to do exactly what was done to them. They need to take down Mercury early, force a backpedal, and then capitalize on point, get those eliminations quick. A lot of damage to be done, but until somebody goes down, that damage, I mean, it's practically hearsay. You're going to need to get in quickly. A lot of critical players here. Can somebody capitalize on that first elim? But instead, the supports really doing their darndest on both sides. Zeb, no, will lose the mech. And that's gotta be the fight winner. Yuio takes down one, Seals with two more, and Venom Ra. Vraja just cannot do enough. Triple B winning fight number one, already a minute off the clock.
Listen, this is why I say that Ben Bradley's Shrine is just so good. I see the Diva fall out. My mind, Venom are going to be able to run right over them. But they just weren't prepared for the Reinhardt who's being knocked around them in the back. The unfortunate part is that the rest of the team really can't save, but they have ultimates to struggle for it.
Here's every ultimate you guys were wondering about. You're saying, hey, they have an ultimate. Why didn't they use it? There's every single ultimate that was available, except for Zeb's Diva Bomb, but I'm sure that'll make an appearance in just a moment here. And hey, there it is! That is every ultimate we had. Ronan now going to be using a bomb of their own. Eevee finds that first elim. We're going to need probably at least one more to really make it comfortable here for the side of Venom Ra. And as Zeb loses that mech, that's essentially the same as an elim. It's going to be Zeb down and out. Matrix, the third to fall. All three tanks are gone. I love the supports, but there is not enough supportal combat in the world to make that a fight win for Ben Bradley's Babes. I've got to say, Venom Ra, they did that, and they did that a lot faster than the Triple B squad did.
I mean, we quite literally saw everything being
Oh,
invested
it
and
ain't
then
over.
getting backed very quickly. It's not over. They still want to
Now,
commit.
okay, now change of plans. Change of plans. Now I think it's over.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. Now it's not over, but I mean, Ben's willingness to continue moving forward is always something that I feel proud. Maybe it's because they have an icon that makes me think that it's you, Septilence, you know? Like, emotionally, I got confused at first because I thought it was
Valid.
you, so I think it's the emotions that they're building. But their willingness to come up with new ideas, like, look at this, they don't know where Matrix is, they popped the grab!
What a phenomenal grab. It's going to be counter grab now as we've got a little bit of the cross happening. It's going to be 4 players down from Yu-Gi-Oh's Earth Shatter. Absolutely insane opener, but instead it's not really turning into a closer like one may expect. Eevee finds Toki. Can we find just a little bit more to seal the deal? Another Shatter is ready, and another Shatter comes down. T-Champ stunned. T-Champ sent back to spawn. Then Bradley's there trying to give Venom Raw a taste of their own medicine right here on King's 1.5. Here comes a bomb. Oh, the pin in and the shield out. No! It gets 2? Hello? Oh, Raja and Ronan. I mean, I can tell you right now, Eevee fighting for their life in the team call. That is a disastrous play to happen. That is not what you want to see, and instead, it is just that was the turnaround. That was his third imposter.
Eevee quite literally could not have reacted to that because the moment the bomb gets behind, the moment the bomb explodes was the moment it got behind the shield. You literally had to be expecting that bomb to be charged and for you to be knocked behind it, which is incredibly unfortunate for the side of Venom because they're gonna feel mad. They had a very strong chance of bringing that out. But now, look at this. Their entire plan is being destroyed as they got kind of, I believe, knocked back down, and Bradley's are the ones engaging with their ultimates.
Speaking of ultimates, who's going to be the one to pop it first? Toki brings out the rally. Far too early for my liking. Okay, the grab from the heavens is going to be that fight opener. And, of course, the grab happens, then the shatter, then the beat, then the rally, then the bomb, right? Usually in that order. Let's see how close I am. The shatter comes out quick. Yu-Gi-Oh seals the deal. Hopefully no more fights come out for Venom Raw. This fight is essentially already lost. But that's a beautiful thing about GOATs is I've seen teams win a 2v6 with a GOATs comp. And I don't think that's happening right now, unfortunately. But I have seen it happen before. And this is Ben Bradley's giving Venom the exact taste of their own medicine. The same dosage and everything. Right here on King's Row 1.5, making it near impossible for this team to capitalize almost with that rally right out the gate. Let's see what Venom Raw can do with it. They've got the beat. They've got the bomb. They've got the gusto. Can they find that first corner cap? Oh!
It's the bomb charge combo!
The bombo. Oh my goodness. Zeb takes down Eevee. That's got to spell disaster once again. Triple B keeping Venom in lock right now. That's left shift into spawn. I want to see the shatter. There it is!
No,
Yu-Gi-Oh! Not the tactical crouch.
Back on the
damage had been done. The damage had been done, but Yu-Gi-Oh made it personal into that moment. Takes down the Zenyatta and shows that Ben Bradley's babes, they are looking to win it right here, right now. And user, the beautiful thing about this King's Row is this is not a first to 2. This is a first to 3. So after this, we are getting at least one more control map, and I am very excited about that.
I mean, agree, but I'm still, I think this map is spelling out more for Venom's adaptability when dealing with these very tight angles and these very linear fights. They look good when they're dealing with different angles, but they haven't been shining dealing on these, like, big pressures. I mean, they don't capitalize as fast. They do manage to take out the Reinhardt, but that could have been a bit faster.
Could have been a little bit faster indeed, because now a couple more ultimates had the opportunity to get ready. Here's Eevee with that shatter, guaranteed using it. No, actually gonna hold. I really thought it was a shoo-in to come out, but hold on to it a little bit longer. Doesn't even need it. The rally, the speed boost, the team coordination finally gets Venom moving. They took a risk on King's Row that we see quite often. The team goes up and around through to spawn. That's usually to cap first point, and it takes about 40 seconds to a minute, so it was a really high risk, high reward moment. It pays off. They get their reward, and they are going to get this cart moving. However, they do not get that second point for free, and I think Yu-Gi-Oh is fully aware of that fact, trying to catch somebody out early if they're able, but the team pushes up. That means the Ryan has to get there as well. This is the last chance here. Venom Raw, if they want to win this map, they need to win this fight right here, right now.
I really want to see them working down on the fine twos. What a charge as well.
That is a great opener, but it is canceled out immediately. Vrasha goes down. That forces out the beat from T-Champ. Soytap finds Mercury, and it's going to be Venom Raw large in charge once again. If Zeb's bomb finds even one, we're tied up, but no, not a bomb in sight. Eevee takes down Matrix. The Shatter still on lock. Ronan finds Toki. Is that enough? Is that going to be that second point cap for Venom Raw? I think it's got to be, right? Even with a recontest, it's going to be a 1v4. They're going to go down in the blink of an eye.
I mean, a Black Flash when it comes to this. Both teams, I think at this point, we can fully admit, they've brought out 120% of each other's potential. Now, Venom have already been warmed up, but now Ben Bradley's, they're completely here. I think we're looking at the absolute mutilage. And while that shatter was funny, that's an ultimate you really need to build back up.
That's what I'm thinking.
Luckily, their opponents did something similar, but I mean, Bradley, they have the grab, and that's the ultimate they've been winning fights off of.
Yeah, the grab really has been the fight winner quite a few times for Ben Bradley's babes. And now we're speaking of the grab, it's going to be coming out quick, but Yuio is the one to go down. Vraja really giving us a strong support showing so far. Mercury gone, Toki gone. Venom Ra, they need to cap with 8 seconds or more. Right now, they've got 50 on the clock. Capping is going to be tough. It's going to cost at least 2 fights worth. They're going to have to win essentially 2 fights in a row to cap. They've won 1. They need to win 2 more now. So I guess 3 in a row to really seal the deal with any time on the clock. Is it possible in overtime if they lose? Yes. It's not down and out quite yet on this final fight, but they want to win it right now going into extra rounds.
Yeah, look at that. Shatter's already going to come out. They have that grab, and it's working well. The supports were split away from the grab. They couldn't peel fast enough. It's really up to Matrix to carry.
Oh! It's up to Matrix to carry. Matrix immediately goes down. Devastating. Soytab comes in quick, takes down 3, trying to find 4. The beat comes out from Micro, but it's not going to be enough. Is that another grab? It looked like it was, but no, it's just an alternate fire instead. Yuio tucking tail, trying to get out of dodge, trying to return home before it's too late. Only takes down Zeb. Soytab finds Matrix, and that is gonna do it. They had time. They had 1.4, I think, on the clock, but hey, in bonus rounds, that .01 is all that matters. They find it. We're going to the extra rounds. 1 minute versus 1 minute 7 seconds.
Listen, if you were able to read out that time, you've got to be seeing this in the animation frames, 24 per second, to be able to catch that. I'll be a little impressed, but I think I'm a little uncomfortable with how both teams, when it got to that third point, they looked like they really started to struggle, as if not the momentum was going into the anyone's favor. It was just the pressure, the anxiety of having to refresh, of knowing that you're walking in out of your spawns. They even split angles because they don't want to get hit with the grab, but the support, like I would say, you run your diva on a different angle. Let the rest of the team go in, because if there's anybody who can get back into the fight very quickly, it's going to be that diva. If there's anyone you want to just fly in and have a chance of eating a grab that gets thrown very late, it's got to be that diva. Now, I mean, both sides. This could be drawable, and I don't think any side wants that.
Oh, I don't think any side wants that, including production and the casters. Nobody wants a draw. That's never any fun. I want to see somebody win it right here, right now. But user, it took both teams, I'm going to say it, well over a minute to cap first point last time. And now as they both only have a minute, this is going to be fascinating. We've got to see one of these teams run in and get first point cap in first fight, which in GOATs is not only hard to do, that's nearly impossible to do. That is something we see very rarely, but it looks like they know exactly what needs to be done. Venom Ra, they are charging in, and they're doing it quickly. Eevee gone. Mercury going to be traded out quickly. The Reinhardt's down. Can Venom Ra capitalize now? Vraja also taking out Soytab. Does not seem like they're going to live much longer. Zeb is the one to save the day for Ben Bradley's babes. That is a triple kill. 30 seconds left on the clock. Venom Ra, a very unsuccessful first attempt. They've got one more.
That is absolutely the sneakiest person I've been seeing so far. I mean, not only did they get the final blows on that, but they save the team. They save the Reinhardt from falling. They may not be winning when it comes down to the ult economy, but they've ensured that their Reinhardt's going to be getting their shatter first, which is way more important in this scenario.
Yuio has that shatter, like you said, very important. The question is, what can be done with it? Is he going to drop it? The stun was there, but the shatter does not come out. Oh no, Toki down! Is this the opening? The Venom Ron needed the shatter. Finds a couple Matrix. Your grab is gone down and out, my friend. The bomb is blocked, but only by Eevee. It takes down Soytab. It takes down Omel. And now Vraja's gone as well. This needs to be a literal 6-man, and it is not going to find a darn tootin' thing. The bomb still not going to be enough to save the day. Overtime has begun. The Ben Bradley's babes gonna be looking mighty fine here on Kings Row. They have capped, or they've, full held that cap from Venom Ra. They are 1 minute and 7 seconds. They are 33% away from being on tournament point, but they are 67 seconds away from drawing and forcing at least 2 more maps. Wait, no, guaranteed 2 more maps, actually. But
yeah, we're guaranteed, but I feel really bad for the attackers on that point. They had it, but it was the 2K bomb that shuts them down,
Yep.
and Eevee really panicking to get a pick right there. You saw that charge was like really over investing because you understand you got to take out that Reinhardt with the sound barrier. You've got to even things up. You got to get your shatter. A single charge would have got you that shatter, but unfortunately you built it up a few seconds too late, which is what I mean by they need to be finishing out these fights a little faster. Even if somebody gets picked off, you gotta, it's GOATs. Survivability is for some reason the name of the game, and they're always going to be having these comeback potentials, but with a minute and 7 seconds on the clock, Ben Bradley are not looking any better when it comes down to the odds of winning. As we said, if it's a draw, we get 2 more maps. Yay! More GOATs.
Woohoo!
But otherwise, it's going to be on that match point. It's going to be even worse for both. They need to be a bit more prepared, and I think they need to give Eevee a bit more love.
I agree. Eevee needs just a little bit more support, a little bit more bubble, a little bit more follow through the defense matrix. I think if they keep Eevee alive, they can easily win this. But if something horrible happens, like Vraja being instantaneously eliminated, I mean, just a hypothetical, of course, that is going to spell disaster. Now they've equalized. They have taken out Yuio, but I think losing to Zen just a little bit more important as that Discord Orb really makes up for a lot of damage that a comp like this one does not have. Zeb losing the mech. Is Eevee going to go down? The answer happens right now. It's going to be
Mercury?
yes. Mercury finds another Soy type, takes down Toki. Does Ben Bradley clutch this out? It wouldn't be that surprising, but it'd be a little bit surprising, especially as Vraja returns. T-Champ able to find that Elim as well. They're close. They're getting closer, user. Oh, they are a second away. Somebody steps off point here for Venom, and it is going to be over in favor of Ben Bradley's Babes. They've got 15 seconds. They know it's a now or never regroup moment, and they're going to be choosing that now. They've got Transcendence. They need to move in with it, but it is the Shatter from Eevee that's going to save the day. That is a triple. Turns into a quadruple. Turns possibly into a quintuple, but instead, it is not going to be coming down quite yet. Eevee hitting him with the Venom. As that is, I believe, a draw here on Kings Row. Folks, that means we don't just have 1 map left. We don't just have 2 maps left. It means we have 2 maps left moving in to the rest of this series. And that is, I mean, just amazing to say. I can't remember the last time I saw somebody draw on something that wasn't a 2CP.
You know, I'm not going to miss it. I'm not going to miss the draw moments. That's what I love about Push. You don't get those draw moments. You just get Overwatch League not fully understanding how it works. But that I was going to say that it really was coming down to Mercury. Mercury was finding those last picks. Mercury staying alive was absolutely phenomenal. If Mercury had built up those the Transcendence a second later, they would have engaged with it. They were waiting, but Eevee gets that PO. Eevee gets to come back, lands that Shatter, absolutely shuts them down, which I don't think is something that we fully expected. But everybody, look down, all right? I know our faces, we both got glasses. You can see our reflections. You're trying to see what our monitor is, but it's just you guys. Exactly. They'll never be able to see the script. It's only control from here on out, Septilence.
I can't see anything.
Oh, I can see. I
can't see anything.
It's just a skill issue.
My glasses are not a prop. I go blind without these things on. It is actually really bad. If my glasses ever break, I'm in trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble. But you absolutely correct. User glasses or not, I know for a fact down below that way that and now it's gone. So now I'm pointing. But the point is, control maps are coming up next. We've got hey, thank you, Frod. Okay, right down there, everybody. We've got 3 is listed, but I don't think we can we go to 3? Oh, we can. We can totally go to 3. Okay, so a possibility of 3 control maps left. Venom Ra. It is a now or never moment. It is a swan song moment. It is a make mom proud moment. That's exactly what's happening. We're tied up 1-1. This is a first to 3. So we've got at least 2 maps left, maybe 3 maps left. But either way, we've got a lot of goats left, and that's what I'm excited about.
I mean, I gotta agree, especially players who showed up that last round on the individual spectrum. I want to give more love to Mercury because even at the start, I think they've been a very consistent player, especially on the Zenyatta. They're going up against Vraja, and I think Vraja is a really good when it comes to hitting, the best when it comes to survivability, but Mercury survives more. So Mercury's getting something done more often than not, as well as Eevee on the tank has been showing up. The rest of the team is doing a really good job of following up afterwards and making sure that they can get clean. Like, I feel bad. I'm not saying that everybody's doing great or somebody, because I feel everybody in GOATS has their part to play, but it's really these makers who have been finding the second or the reaction to shut down their opponents in the next fight. Whether that's maybe a quick flick, looking a different way, and then that shatter lands, or you're able to commit that transcendence, forcing them to commit not only sound barrier, but rally and everything else, trying to defeat you. And it becomes that bigger problem. Luckily, though, with our next map pick being in the pool, Oasis being on here, I mean, this is going to take a second for me to be able to even predict who's going to work. I was able to get it on Lijiang Tower. I'm hoping I can kind of get it back to back.
I like Oasis. I think this is a fun map. I think this is an interesting map, especially with goats, because on a map like, on a stage rather, on like, I don't know, University, right? That's one of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? You guys know the one I'm talking about. Okay, not this one, but let's talk about Gardens. We're here. Might as well do it, right? So I think this is going to be interesting because the fights have two places to really happen on a map like University, or excuse me, on a map like Gardens, On Point or Hookah. And I can't really think of a third place where fights are likely to happen.
This is similar to King's Row. I think on a like, if you're looking at it on a basis scale, because they're walking in to each other more specifically, and they do have that high ground as a opportunity. I also hear a lot of mixes, so maybe we're finally going to see which management opinion is more believed, that high ground is better or worse. Personally, I like that high ground. You're going to be able to drop on your opponents. You're going to be setting yourself up for some better opportunities, and that's most likely where they're going to meet, which is the big struggle. I just think it's unlucky they miss out on the initial fire strike.
Oh, yeah, the initial fire strike. I mean, that would have been a lot of ult charge early, but it's going to be a close quarters fight here on the high ground of Point. No!
Wait, what?
Soy!
Wait, what? Wait,
Soy!
What?
Oh, damn. I mean, that's the beginning of the end. It's over. You lose your Zarya. She's the one supposed to do all your damage. You're done. Fight's over. Wrap it up. Venom Ra, back to spawn. Let's run it back. Everybody go to sleep. Reset your alarms. We'll wake up tomorrow. We'll try it again. And then, I liked the play from Soytab there to ult fire off the wall to make sure that they don't get any ult charge for taking that Zarya off the map.
Listen, that was solely because, remember, if you've watched the car key videos, the last jump is what matters. And
Absolutely.
the knockback from the secondary actually counted as it, so they yoinked it. That was actually kind of big brain, even if they fell off the map. Now they need to be fighting on the bottom of the point, which is not good because Mercury has an angle on absolutely everybody, plus a healing safety room.
Yeah,
Wait,
Mercury has been a demon on this Zen so far, and I'd love to see them pick up that supportal combat just a little bit more. Matrix finds Omo. It's going to be Toki down as well, but Mercury, does not win the 1v1 on a Diva. To be fair, that's quite a hard one to win. Eevee with a phenomenal Earth Shatter. Finally going to help Venom Ra stabilize a little bit. Matrix gets that Vengeance kill, takes that Ryan out of the fight, and now with 42% online, just kidding, 41% online. Venom Ra, restabilize. This feels so familiar. Like, this feels like Lijiang all over again. Just so quickly, we are back in the swing of control maps.
They got that control, but I mean, my question is, how are they going to be committing into these ultimates? That's the real play of what I want to see coming out of Oasis, of a map that's known for its high ground, because you see that Eevee split up. He eat the grab!
Ronin is hungry on these control maps, eating grabs every single stage. It seems Eevee finds Micro, and the eat of the grab really should be the opener that Venom Ra needs to stabilize, high things up, and succeed. But Raja goes down. Here comes a Diva Bomb, and it's going to be able to find a whopping 0 people, unfortunately. It's going to be Ueo. I mean, that should have been a fight that Venom Ra won, but Ueo wasn't dead, and that was simply enough for them to make it everybody's problem.
I'm getting very worried about the way that Eevee is setting themselves up and how the rest of the team is kind of reacting to that positioning, because as you saw, Eevee was alone for a little bit. Everybody comes in, and they're forced to commit. I mean, yeah, Mercury uses the Transcendence to keep those who are alive in there, but if they go back out onto the point, you're walking through a very linear direction, and that becomes the big problem. I think it's great that you're getting this opportunity to contest the point. They haven't lost the fight just yet. They've been staggering it in, but that could be a bigger problem later on. I think right now, you just finished it off.
70% on board. An early grab coming out from Soytab. The rally to boot, trying to keep as many teammates alive as possible. Still need an Elim here, and Eevee gonna definitely be looking for it. Oh! Gets counter shattered by Ueo. Is that what Ben Bradley's was looking for? They found the counter ult, but they didn't really find the Elims off the back. And now those Elims gonna come pouring in. T-Champ and E sent back to spawn in the blink of an eye. Venom Ra, they're just looking to try to get as close to that 99 as humanly possible. Toki finds one. Mercury finds another, and that is going to be the fight win for Ben Bradley's Babes. 94%. The rest of this stage going to be last fight territory.
I mean, what's been the more impressive ability was just their fact. Remember what I said back on Lijiang Tower? Venom love to stagger out their fights. They know what they're doing, and they know how to keep each other alive. Not always, but at least for a couple more seconds than before. And with this being a 5v6, returning back in, I think Venom have the full advantage. They just need to pop out this bomb, maybe get a charge in, mess up with their opponents. Just watch out for the center pillar.
Yeah, Mercury has that Transcendence. Once again, has to pop it early in an attempt to keep that Reinhardt alive, and it's immediately going to pay off in dividends. Absolutely beautiful. As Yuio comes in, drops the 3, turns it to 4, and that might have been the deal breaker. That might be the reason Ben Bradley's walks away with that first stage win. Just a phenomenal play, to say the very least. Absolutely beautiful.
This is what I mean when I say you're going into these fights and know how you want to use your ultimate. Know what you can use it for, how you're adapting, because that shadow was absolutely beautiful. Now it's last fight, and while Ben don't really have the biggest ultimates, it just takes one.
We are looking at a winner-take-all scenario in Zeb. Speaking of takes one, finds one, immediately takes that brig offline. Now the trade comes through. We're at a clean 5v5, jumping into a little bit of Overwatch 2 action. Raja down, Zoetab down 4v4. We're in Overwatch 3 action. Oh, Zeb going to be taking down Matrix, and another finding eliminations left, right, and center. Ronan finds Mercury. This has got to be it, right? Ben Bradley's, they have got this in the Ben Bradley's Babes bag. They are walking away with that first stage win on Oasis. Got to do it just one more time, and they can finally put themselves on tournament point. But Venom Ra, they are not a team to go down quietly.
They're keeping their hopes alive right now, and that really, like I said, it came down to one. Because the moment that somebody falls, Venom are going to second guess what they want to do, especially losing out on that Brig. I think Brig is the second, if not third, most important character when it comes down to these fights. I'd say number 1 is Ryan, third Lucio, but then again, that's debatable depending on how you're looking at these. I'm pretty sure every coach possible, they're probably in the game calling me crazy, but being onto University, this is completely different. Having that big circle right there, I think is going to be a big problem for the side.
Going to be huge.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a side for Ben to struggle with. We haven't seen Micro really be that boop type of Lucio. It's more been teaching.
Oh!
Sorry.
So it's almost again immediately booped out of the fight. That would have been miserable, a back-to-back situation like that. And quickly, we're seeing so much ult charge happen. The beauty of the GOATS comp coming in quick is going to be Venom Ra finding a lot of ult charge, but unfortunately no eliminations. And those silly little numbers don't matter until that kill feed starts lighting up like a Christmas tree. All of a sudden, Toki falls to crit HP. Eevee tanks the charge. Can they live to tell the tale? It seems like the answer to that will be yes. Oh! But they fall, and I mean, that's going to be the rest of the team paying for it. The Reinhardt lives, but at the expense of seemingly every single teammate on the field.
At first, I initially thought that I was going to be worried about Ben Bradley's team when it came to how they wanted to take this fight, but honestly, I should have realized Venom have to play together. That's not how they prefer to be on, and while T-Champ is looking for these boops, you can't leave the team. They need your resources. So now you're kind of walking into these fields being mushed around. It's very uncomfortable.
Oh! That shatter could have been big, but the grab immediately tanks it out. Now we've got the rally online. Oh, here's the Transcendence to boot. That's the beauty of GOATs, is if you hear one ultimate, there's no way that's the only ultimate that's about to happen. Every ultimate under the darn sun right now coming out quick. And oh my god, Zeb is getting far too much success with these bombs. It is time after time. 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. I mean, it is just unlimited access with these bombs. Ben Bradley's Babes, they're halfway done with their second stage of Oasis, and after that, they will be 1 control map away, or technically 2 control maps away from winning this series 3-1.
What I mean by the fact that both teams have brought out 120% worth of their potential, while that shatter may be knocking you down back to 80% mentally, you still got a good chance. You've got that grab onto the wall, and you've already started slowing them down.
Not a bad grab there, but unfortunately not a lot of follow-up either, and the follow-up is, of course, what the grab is all about. It groups them up, but it ain't going to kill them on its own. It really needs the help of the team for that. Zoetab finds an elimination of the DMAC early. Brasha goes down quick, and Eevee, I don't think, is going to live to tell this tale. Whoa! The whip shot into the boop sends Eevee reeling. Micro gone, Mercury gone, Yuio gone, and in a fight that I thought Venom Ra was a shoo-in to win, or excuse me, to lose, I mean. They're going to come out swinging and go out swinging as well. They're going to cap that point, but at nearly 90% user, this is where they cannot make even a single mistake, or it is all over on Oasis.
Well, luckily they've already gone GOATs, so that's going to be a pretty mixed opinion. But I think one of the big parts was just they got over aggressive on that. They didn't have everything. They just had Graph right there, but that's not what you can just work on. You have to set yourself in a better position. But wait, the Zarya, they're going for it. Get the free charge.
The tank, I love that. Forces out the beat, keeps the team alive, and Yu-Gi-Oh actually pays the price of their life for that critical choice. I mean, it was a high risk, high reward, and unfortunately, high risk, no reward. Gives Venom Ra even more time to farm as much percent as possible. They want to go in, they want to secure these elims, but that's the beauty of Goats is they also don't really have to. There's no way Ben Bradley's is going to push in with that 5. They need that Reinhardt, arguably the most important character in a competition like this one. He's back, he's ready to fight, but he's gone a little bit of an overextension here, and I think Eevee sees that window. Gonna look for the shadow right here on the left. No, instead, maybe gonna find the elim first. Uh-oh. Oh, the beat!
Too much!
Oh my goodness, the 1-1 trade. Eevee cannot sustain through that damage. Mercury goes down. Yu-Gi-Oh is also down. Venom Ra, they are rootin' tootin', ready for shooting, trying to find themselves on top of this team fight once again. Can they make it 80-80? Can they sneak a round win out from underneath Ben Bradley's? Right now, it's looking like the answer is gonna be yes.
You know what, Venom's Zarya has definitely made up for their initial mistake first fight beforehand. I think that they're looking a lot better. They are throwing themselves off into the hole, and that hole has been underutilized as we've been seeing. These fights are taking into the corner, but I'm worried that both of these teams are kind of missing out on why that corner is so powerful. It goes to the natural cover. It becomes how difficult that shatter can be, and they're not defending themselves in scenarios like this.
Oh, Transcendence immediately going to find some value here for Ben Bradley's. And that Transcendence is literally just a get-on-point free card right now. That's their only objective, is to get on the point. But if they separate too much, that is going to make it possible for Venom to just pick them apart one by one. That beat does not hit Eevee when it needed to most, so Eevee already gone. Only not far behind. Omo is going to fall. Soitab down, and Ben Bradley's babes, they let Venom get close. They let them think they're going to find a round win, and then they snatch that point out from under them 13 seconds away from being able to cap this. And it looks like we're immediately calling for a pause. I'm not completely sure why, but hey, that's the beauty of live production, right? The pause has finally happened. I don't know if there's a DC. I missed it, but either way, we are just going to be waiting for a little bit.
I'm not going to lie to you, Septilence. I think that pause okay, it's not intentional. All right, I may not know what's going on, but I'd like to say it's intentional. Have you ever played in a high stakes game and then you pause? Your adrenaline's pumping, you're trying to get it go, and now you have a moment to relax. I've seen teams at the highest level get paused in situations like this and completely lose momentum because of it. And I think that's a bit risky. I mean, obviously they may be suffering from a bit of lag and different things like that, which is completely understandable, but in the long term, we've got to be looking at how this is going to be hurting every player in this level.
Yeah, especially the mouse DC. You got to wonder, did it die? Is there just a Bluetooth error? There's a lot of things that could be going wrong right now, but I have to agree, user. You know, I think this map is over and done with. I don't think there is a recontest possibility right now. I do think the Triple B squad has this map in the bag, but we've got to go into at least one more, and even this couple of extra minutes could go a long way for Venom Ra. They know the comp they're going to be bringing out. Obviously, they've just got to figure out how to utilize it a little bit better than Triple B. They get to pick the map as well. Picking sides doesn't really matter on this map, so it's going to be interesting to see what Venom Ra chooses to bring to the table. They are kind of running out of good control points. I'm going to guess Nepal just for giggles, but I don't know. Maybe this was intentional. Maybe it wasn't intentional. The mouse disconnect, unfortunate to say the very least, and jumping in, maybe momentum will sway.
Yeah, I mean, the point was still at 88%, so there is time for that recontest. I'm very proud of these players getting that mouse plugged back in, because wired mouses are better for that reason. Imagine needing AA batteries to be able to play your games.
Couldn't be me.
It couldn't be me.
Wired mouse gang.
Exactly. But that was on 88%. Also, as you can see, Ben Bradley are the ones who are having to come back in with their ult economy. Even if Venom are the ones on the back foot, they can just rush in with his Transcendence.
Oh, speaking of Zenyatta's rushing in, Mercury takes out Omo. Oh, man, I thought there was going to be a cool little story there, a cool little narrative. But did you guys miss our faces? Because guess what? You get to look at them literally 5 seconds after they went off your screens. We're back. Venom Ra, more like Venom Nah. That's going to be Ben Bradley's babes winning Oasis. They put themselves up 2-1 on the series. They are 2 control stages away, 1 control map away from being able to win this series, win these grand finals, and walk away the victors of tonight. And we're back. Hey, everybody.
Yep, that things have just kind of continued to be a bit more hectic, but we do see Ben Bradley's team managing to kind of take it over. By the way, that was an interesting charge. I don't know if you saw it, but there was a Reinhardt charge off the map, which was just a little funny. It did not impact anything in the long term, but I
Just
just
a
kind of
little
wanted to point it
silly.
out. Yeah,
A
it's a
little
little
silly.
silly, and we need something to relax because we know for a fact that we're going over to a pause in a minute, especially so the players can get a second to breathe because they most likely have got to be peeing. That sweat has to go somewhere.
Absolutely. And folks, like User said, I think we're throwing it to our final break of the night. We've got 1, maybe 2 maps left for you. We're going to use this time, use the restroom, get some water, go see your loved ones, go do something. I don't know. But meet us right back here for the possibly final map of the Behind the Scenes and Natter Community Staff Goats Tournament in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon.
Greatness can be found in anyone, anywhere. But raw talent without guidance, practice, and focus is nothing. Every legend had a teacher. So let's get started with Rank Up. Get top tier coaching in a new way to level up your gameplay. Professional boot camps with guest pro players, on-demand coaching for when you need it most, hero guides crafted by professionals. Learn to win. Signups begin soon.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back just one more time. We are jumping into what could be, but also might not be, but hey, maybe could be our final map of the night. If we don't have this one as our final, we've got one more after that. But either way, I'm very excited to get in because, user, this is a weird one. And we talked about this a little bit during the break.
It definitely is weird. You guys are not looking at any type of error. The map pool isn't that small, we promise you. It's not just two choices. No, they willingly decided to come back in onto Lijiang Tower. And this brings up a lot of questions. We saw how this went, and it went down the line in favor of Venom. But the bigger question comes down to is that things have just changed. As you see down below, ever since that first map, Venom really haven't been taking control, and they've been losing it out when it comes down matters the most, except for King's Row, meaning that their same plans that worked on Lijiang Tower may not work again. And I can see why you want to go on here, because you're feeling a lot more confident, being like, all right, we won this, we know what we want to do, we've scrimmed this, we've got it planned out. But that's the problem, is that you've ran it out so much, you haven't really changed anything up.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating because we're on... See, if we were in a traditional Overwatch tournament, I would start talking about, the team comps they're going to run, what strategies they're going to do. But that's the thing about the comp that we're in. You definitely know what team comps they're going to run. You definitely know what strategies they're bringing to the table. So instead, it really might come down to individual player comfortability. We're going to need a Ryan to be beating a Ryan, a Zen to be beating a Zen. We're going to need one player, that's two. We're going to need one player to really step things up here and start kicking butt, left, right, and center. Lijiang Tower, everybody knows this map. Everybody's played this map. Everybody's played GOATs on this map earlier today. So this is just, everybody should be at their, throw 120 out the window. Everybody should be at their 150% to walk away with a win.
I agree. I think if there's players that we want to keep our eye on, there's two specific, not players, but there's two specific roles. D.Va, Brigitte. Those roles are going to be absolutely phenomenal. I think if either side wants to win, D.Va needs to be getting more value either with the bomb or with the Matrix. You need to be shutting down those grabs more often. They've been landing far too often in this series. And secondly, that Brigitte. I think as well, both Lucius have been doing amazing when it comes to keeping that speed, but the Brigitte is the one who's really keeping these teams alive long term. They're the one who's been doing a lot of the healing work, and mind you, the Zenyatta Transcendence has been building up like snaps of the fingers, same with the sound barriers, but the Rally's the one that's going to keep your Reinhardt alive. It has, I think, as much radius, but more healing than the Lucio without amp, if I remember correctly, but even then, that's just like a hypothetical, that's just an idea. But when you're fighting in close quarters, and it's basically a mini Reinhardt that can heal people, you get more utility out of it, which is why...
Oh, go ahead.
Wait, yeah?
I was gonna say, remember when Brig could shield bash through shields?
Oh,
remember that was just like a thing that we could do?
Yeah, when Blizzard decided, let's make that a strategy for Reinhardt players. That's the fun part.
That was insane. Like, Reinhardt was already a hard character to play, and then they're like, what if we just negate the one thing that he has? What if we just throw that out the window? And then he's never really made his way back.
Yeah. Now, I mean, at least we start out... Oh, wow, how ironic. We actually start out on the point
we are
to where it ended. It's almost like we're going back in time, the Thanos snap has been reversed. We're kind of re-entering into this sphere. But again, Zeb has been a very impressive D.Va. The longer that we've been going out, the more that they're getting warmed up. And I think that Zeb may be the difference maker. But if Emil is the Brigitte that stays alive, the Brigitte that builds up these rallies and shuts down with anybody with a stun, that's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, Zeb has been getting away with murder just like that. T-Champ with the star-studded perfect rollout takes down Mercury early, and you think the team would capitalize pretty quickly off the back of that, and it looks like they are going to be able to. Almost gone. Yuio also going to be taken down early, and Venom Ra, a fight they very easily should have won, is actually incredibly back and forth.
I mean, I told you last map, when it goes down to the Lucios, T-Champ's the one who's more willing to go for these
definitely.
boops. Micro's a lot better with staying with the team and getting that control, but right now Venom just needs to stay alive. Wait for the rest of the team come back up. They're gonna have the shatter, but the resources aren't gonna be lasting forever, especially because their Zarya dies the moment they throw out grab.
Devastating. The grab gets out. That's a bonus, but yeah, just has absolutely little to no value off the back. Eevee takes a couple down, but I don't think has the sustainable damage to get an Eel in there. Maybe you get to charge off the map. That would have been silly, but no, it doesn't even get that. 20% on the board, 1/5 done with the stage, but Ben Bradley's Babes coming in hot. They're going to be able to find that and tie things up in just the blink of an eye here.
Yep. I mean, one of the bigger problems is just that commitment into the grab. The rest of the team was low. They couldn't really follow up on it, and that's been a big problem for Ben Bradley's for the rest of this. But Venom don't really have the aggressive ultimates. They have the support ultimates, which are going to work. I think the biggest is going to be that rally. But Raja's Transcendence needs to be saved a second after.
Now, to be fair, that one did take 3 ultimates to pop off, but it popped off regardless. It took, you know, the grab and the shatter and the bomb, but it worked. And that's what matters in a comp like GOATS, where you can immediately go in and get your ultimate in 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. In the blink of an eye, you can have an ultimate back up and running. I think they're fully aware of that, and now as Ben Bradley's Babes touch that 50% board.
Honestly, I would say that was well worth it too. I mean, yeah, they committed 3 ultimates into that fight, but I mean, the Reinhardt's building that up quickly.
Oh, totally worth it.
Matrix is already at half, so you want to see that happening. If anything less, then that's something dangerous. We do see Raja. Oh no, the boop! The 2K boop!
Micro finally going toe-to-toe with T-Champ. Finally booping people off the map. They find it, and even T-Champ has to admit that was pretty darn good. That is Ben Bradley's Babes. Just possibly losing the fight, but they don't even get the chance to really decide. Venom, they go in quick, and Venom going to be taken out just as quickly. By golly, what an opener from Micro there.
This is what I mean by Micro has been more of the quiet Lucio. They get the sound barriers off the right time, but there's nothing really, you know, this is what they're supposed to do. It's not something you're going to reward when they need. Okay, I'm not going to reward that one, Eevee. I'm not going to reward that one with a comment.
Okay, here comes every ultimate under the sun once again. Welcome back. This is the GOATS tournament after all. And Zeb just doing Zeb things. A double melee kill? Are you flipping kidding me? That is bonkers bananas insane. Ben Bradley's Babes, they're looking to cap this first point of Lijiang Tower. They want to keep this momentum alive. And I think they are just seconds away from being able to do so. Soitab puts down a grab, but it almost feels like kind of a haha gotcha moment instead of an actual team coordination moment. There's not really anybody there to deal damage into the grab. T-Champ is gone. Soitab going to be bullied off the point, if not bullied off this mortal coil. They are going to live to tell the tale, but unfortunately cannot touch the point. Ben Bradley's Babes. Just to paint a picture here, user. That is 3 control stages in a row they have won. They need to win 1 more. And they are grand finalist champions. They have walked away as our winners tonight.
I told you straight up, you know, in the His house, that they ran the same strategies over and over again. And the biggest problem is that they don't know what they want to do with their ultimates. I think they, you know, Eevee's doing a great job with building the shatters, and we could go down individually with what everybody's doing great at. As a team, that's where Ben Bradley's Babies are. All right, they're 6 tuplets. That's a whole anime right there. They are family, ready to show that they're going into kindergarten with flying colors, full A's.
It's Venom time right now, according to T-Champ. Let's see how true that tale may tell. It's going to be only very low HP there, almost. Not quite fall, surprisingly, all the way back up to full HP. But Yuio has that shatter essentially locked and loaded. Oh, but it's Eevee who finds that first kill. Yuio goes down smack in the middle of the team, and it's just ripped apart. Soitab finds a couple, and Venom raw indeed. T-Champ tells the truth, an oracle if I've ever seen one. But this is so scarily similar to what we just saw on Gardens.
They absolutely threw themselves in a very random position. I think every single one of those players. You saw the Diva go far into the back to the Mega Health Pack. They basically left their Rhine. Now when they're going into the fight, they're at a big disadvantage. At least that Shatter kind of gives some room, but they've lost their Brig.
Every ultimate under the sun comes out, and it is going to be just the immediate turnaround from both sides. Brigitte goes down early, Toki taken out of the fight. That should be a pretty convincing fight win for Venom Ra. Brig, one of the most important players in a GOATS comp. No way this cleans house! And it does! Surprise user! It's a triple kill! It's a 3.5, including that mech, because Zeb just times it perfectly. Transcendence comes to a close, and the team gets wiped off the face of the earth. That is Ben Bradley's Babes winning a fight with one ultimate once again.
I mean, this is what it shines best with. This is what D.Va is meant to do in these fights, and they're absolutely shining on it. I mean, luckily that shatter is going to be blocked out. Ben Bradley still have a chance to be able to push this in, but they're dealing with a lot right now, and it's not getting better.
It is not getting better at all. That shatter, though, is going to be something to open the gate. Soitab, Raja, they are cleaning up the crew after Eevee drops a 4-man Earth Shatter. All 4 going to be eliminated. 2 left, Matrix and Micro. Both alive. Okay, just kidding. Now it's just Micro. Okay, just kidding. Now it's nobody. Everybody's gone. I was just pranking you guys. Just silly little Settlins prank. And now it's going to be Venom Ra tying things back up 40-40, or I guess 43-43. But by the time Ben Bradley's Babes get there, it's going to be at least in Venom Ra's advantage by a couple of percent.
I really got to respect this upcoming rally. That rally's going to be able to sustain for the Zarya to be able to build that Matrix. Zeb's been building these bombs religiously. I mean, but Mercury splits up.
Not my favorite play that we've seen so far tonight. Mercury splits up, has to use Transcendence to keep themselves alive, and it doesn't even work. They just get chased further into their own spawn. Now a shatter comes out from Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a grab, there's a bomb. It's gonna get a lot of kills, but there's a lot of ultimates coming out, and surprisingly so. Venom Ra, they lose a couple people early. You think they'd kind of stick to their guns. They get a couple eliminations early. You think they'd stick to their guns and try to win the fight dry, but instead, they use all these ultimates. It pays off very well, and now they are mere 40 seconds away from winning this stage and taking us all the way to stage 3 once again.
I think it's good that we're seeing, you know, Venom going in the moment that they know that Ben aren't fully together, but that's terrible for the other side. I mean, look at this. They're getting caught off guard. They're almost not in sync as we saw before. They're not even building up the ultimates as fast comparatively as before, and that's a big problem right now.
Raja into Yu-Gi-Oh! So Portal Combat comes out quickly, takes down Mercury, only takes out Toki as well. Matrix able to find T-Champ, but I think, no, the damage may not have been done quite yet. Matrix finds Ronin. I think you find one more, you could really turn this around.
Yep, but with the point kind of being ticked, I mean, it was really only there to get the touch. Ben aren't looking the best. Oh, that boop just barely missed out. That was terrifying.
Terrifying indeed. Venom Ra, they are seconds away from being able to cap this and force us all the way into our 3rd point. This Reinhardt coming in, he's got the shatter. Oh, let's just see him use it. Able to find 3 down and out. Toki gone. Oh, that's an eat and grab from Ronin and Venom Ra. They have put all the pieces in the right order to win this fight through and through. The D.Va, she's the last one left alive. Zeb getting in. Zeb will be taken out probably in a body bag here as they are ripped apart by Venom Ra. That is a 1-1 on Lijiang Tower. We are going all the way to our 3rd, possibly final stage, but if Venom Ra clutches this out, we've got to go all the extra way. We've got to go the extra mile. We've got to go the whole 18 yards into a 3rd control map, but maybe, just maybe, Ben Bradley can do what they've done once already and win Control Center to end our evening.
I really tried to build up the fact, you know, to get this, like, Zeb versus Ronin fight. But I guess it really just goes down. It doesn't matter how much I try to say that for this upcoming fight, these characters are going to be more important when it goes down. I think it's just kind of a GOATS moment.
Yeah, I think that's the funniest thing about GOATS, right? Is, you know, it's every character is important in their own way. Do I want it to be Ryan because I'm a Ryan player and I don't want to be left out? Absolutely. But I do have to admit that in different possibilities, in different situations, other characters are just as or lesser important than their counterparts. And that's the weird thing about GOATS. I couldn't have said it better. It's a GOATS moment, right? And now let's see what kind of GOATS moment happens here. Let's see who becomes the most important. Is it Raja, as they're going to be taken out very quickly by a Rhino? That's a double kill, actually, from UNO. So all of a sudden, things really looking rough here for Venom Ra. We need Ben Bradley Babes to win this if they want to end the night. But I mean, hey, if they want to keep it going, all they've got to do is pass this point over to Venom Ra, and we'll go all the way to another control map. Who knows? It might be Lijiang Tower again.
Mike, that would be absolutely terrifying. I don't know if I could mentally handle seeing another Lijiang Tower, because I've seen everything being thrown out in the books. Right now, Venom are going to be having the freak back, but something that you get ready, because you're going to be seeing rallies be thrown out very early in these fights, but that was a good charge.
We've seen a couple of powerful charges pretty early on here in Control Center, and I want to see if we're going to be getting any more of them. The action coming in, one player to another, one Ryan to another. Eevee has the Shatter, hopefully not going to whiff it, going to get counter grabbed, definitely not going to whiff it. Puts down 2 to break up Ben Bradley's Babes, and Venom Raw, they're going to cap point for the first time. They did this on last stage. They were able to win it. Let's just see if they can hold on to it. If Ben Bradley's Babes come in, they storm through, and we're looking at I don't know, 50 to like 17 or something, then I'm really going to be worried about Venom Raw. But if they can win just one more fight, they can convince me that they can take this all the way.
They have the rally. They're going to be forcing Mercury to use that Transcendence, especially with the Shatter landing.
Oh my, it's a bloodbath in like 11 different ways right now. Eevee gone, Ronan gone, Omo gone as well. I mean, my hat off to them for trying. A lot of ultimates down the drain with Ben Bradley's Babes. They are coming in hot, and they are taking down every member of Venom Raw to do so. They've got that point cap. They're halfway done with Control Center here. Let's see if they're ready to put the nice little bow up on top, tie this, and ship it off. It is going to be down and out right here, right now, or we've got just one more map, right? Every competitive gamer's favorite phrase, right? Just one more.
Can't end on the loss, folks, but it seems like a bomb shatter. Everything's being thrown.
Guys, go grab the kitchen sink. Come on. You threw everything out with the kitchen sink there. That is just absolutely I'm not going to call it desperate. I think that was incredibly calculated, but by golly, did they use every ultimate they had to win that fight and do it quickly. 30 seconds away from being grand finalist champions here at the Behind the Scenes and Natter Community Staff Goats tournament. They are so close, yet so far away as that Earth Shatter from Eevee puts a couple of them down, but not low enough. Puts them on the ground, but not 6 feet under. Ben Bradley's Babes, they are going to be winning this fight through and through once again.
I'm going to cry. They're splitting so much. They're running around. They're juking themselves. They're cross-eyed. They're everything. I mean, that rally is going to be giving them the answer that they've been looking for and the aggression, but they have to touch that point, and it has to be right now.
They've got to touch that point, and they've got to do it now. 99%. Ben Bradley's Babes, they are seconds away, mere moments away from being able to win this. They've just got to seal out one more fight, but Raja has decided that it is not time yet. Mercury goes down quickly, and this could be Venom Raw's moment to strike. They need one more elimination to really open this fight back up, just like that. Soitab finds Toki. It's going to be Matrix down as well. This might be Venom Raw. This may be their time. Can they make the magic happen?
Bomb.
Oh! Wow, Venom Raw. They ain't done yet.
Yeah, honestly, that's why I said they have to touch the point. Venom, I have this rule of thumb. If you don't get a pick the moment the enemy team is running into you, scattered around, panicking to touch the point, you've already lost it right there. Because your focus is just not available. And I think that saying stands strong. I've yet to be proven wrong, but now they're going to be able to come back in one fight left. It matters right now.
Eevee just needs to walk in and shatter, but unfortunately shattered the one person who was not going to go down to the Zarya bubble, keeping that Reinhardt up and running. UEO could find a pretty big shadow themselves if they just walk in left-clicking. Maybe a grab comes through, maybe a little bit of action comes through here or there. Let's see what we're going to have coming up next. Soitab takes down Toki. There's the Transcendence. There's the grab. Ben Bradley's Babes. They are bringing out every ultimate. There's the damage. They are trying their absolute darndest. They are rooting, tooting, and ready for shooting, but they have got to take Venom Rod down, or we might go all the way, please. We just want to see it come to a close. It's going to be Vraja. Just supportal combat left, right, and center. Venom Rod, 20 seconds left. They are 20 seconds shy. Make it 15 now of forcing a final map. That one would have to be the last map of the night.
It's going down to play to what Venom can do defensively. They're already going to have to touch. That's not what the point is. Listen, you're going to get that touch. It's okay, but you've left your team!
The boop there just seals it. I mean, there's so little that can be done unless this bomb is colossal, and it is not. Venom Raw needs nothing short of an anti-miracle to lose this fight. It looks like they have got this in the bag. User, I'm excited we've got more. But I thought this was going to be like an hour. No, we've been here for almost 2.5 hours for one series. And even the players right now, they're like, I want to go to bed. Can we just call it? Are we good? Can we just... This is a map 6 scenario. I'm flabbergasted.
I said that I didn't expect this to happen for Venom because their tricks have been solved. And I really feel that Ben and Bradley, they deflated their ball and tried to play it like as a frisbee.
Am I real?
Like at this point, you know, me not having my medication is not the best part to ask that question just yet. You know, I'm sleep deprived. I'm hungry. Natter says
How long has it been?
Oh no, Natter says we can't leave until the series is over.
Natter said I'm not allowed to get up from my desk until the series comes to a close. That is something that we are definitely we are waiting for the Natter okay to make sure we are allowed to get up and leave. I almost said go home. I am home.
Yeah.
I have nowhere else to be. But I can't wait. It's got to be a control map. There's no way they run Li Zhang again, right? Like that's just not gonna happen.
Don't test them. Do not test them right now.
Nepal, Busan, both good choices. I'd like to see Nepal. I really like Nepal. I like Busan too. I think those are both fun choices, and that's what this is all about, right? That's what the behind the scenes and Natter Community Staff Goats tournament is all about. At the end of the day, is having a good time, just being a little bit silly with it, playing goats. It's gonna be awesome.
You just get to have a little fun. You know, everybody. I think everybody equally is as frustrated at themselves than anything because they're sitting here like, why are we still at a map 6? Why are we can't? But honestly, I think I couldn't have asked for anything more because I love Overwatch. I love casting it. I love watching it. However, when you have a security agent, you know, leading everything now, that means you can't leave or else everything goes gone.
Okay, so I was just at a screenshot of game chat that says they get to repeat Li Zhang, so can we repeat Oasis?
Oh.
Now, that's not particularly my favorite thing to see right now, but as our wonderful producer has confirmed down here in the bottom right corner, we're going back to Oasis. We're just it's a run back into a run back into a run back.
I've gotta keep the shape in my hair. The longer we go, the more square it gets. Because we've gone full circle, but my hair doesn't know how to make that shape just yet. I'm still teaching it. I mean, Oasis was still like really close. I think it did go down to more individual mistakes. But I've never been in a game where I've sat there and I've told myself, I don't know who is going to... Mostly we say it to kind of bring in interest. We try to bring in attraction like, oh, who's going to do it? I don't know.
Are they going to do it?
I'm genuinely lost today.
I'm lost for a couple of reasons. A, because this is the first time I've seen goats in 100 years. B, because I didn't expect to see that one map twice in a best of 5. I didn't expect to see a map 6 in a best of 5. I didn't expect to see 2 maps twice in a best of 5. I'm flabbergasted, I'm bamboozled, I'm befuddled. I am every confused word under the sun right now. I'm excited though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm excited to see Oasis again. Do we get any changes in composition? Do we get, and just kidding, that was supposed to be a joke and it sounded too serious. Are we gonna get any changes in play style? What are we gonna see differently? Because these players, they've gotta shake up something. On the bright side, user, and I know I've said this for 3 maps in a row, this has to be our final map. This quite literally, there cannot be more.
Okay, wait. There is one thing that can happen. Okay? Have you ever heard of the dreaded server error? The dreaded server error.
The dreaded Brig mouse disconnect.
Exactly. I mean, right now, the players are actually trying to come up with a coup d'etat, keep Raven a hostage who's been...
They're trying to overthrow us.
Listen, in the end, they're hurting the working man. They're well, they don't even know what they're doing. Okay, but we're back on to University as a first start. Which this is not what we ended out on, but hey,
we still haven't seen City Center.
We're not actually?
No, we saw University and Garden last time. This time we're seeing University again. I'd like to see City Center. It's a personal favorite.
I like City Center too. I like that high ground. I like the teleporter high ground.
Yeah.
Especially back in the day when you got those charge moments or maybe like the grab. I just think...
Or the Reinhardt charge up and over the thing and then like the shatter behind the team.
Yeah,
That's always
a lot of
cool
possibilities.
Reinhardt's just a cool guy. I just want to remind everybody, Reinhardt's a pretty cool guy if you guys want to...
Yeah,
I like him.
Listen, if Overwatch 2 can play it, if Jotes just wasn't meta, it would be played right now. But let's look and see how they go. Will Eevee build up Shatter, or will they be beaten this time around?
Let's see, will that shatter come out quickly? I'd love to see it happen. Done only at 18% for the moment, so UEO currently has that ult advantage, but only a single swing, right? That swing comes back, Eevee's back and in charge. I think this is that kind of situation where the first shatter is the first real pace setter, pace maker. It looks like it's going to be UEO taking Omo down in the blink of an eye, and Eevee with a very unsuccessful shatter. That is not what you want to see. They might be able to lap UEO if they're fast enough, but right now it looks like Zeb. I mean, just the unsung hero, the dark horse of Ben Bradley's babes. Zeb always picking up elims. I mean, getting away with murder right in front of us here.
They got to the point first, so, you know, naturally they're already going to have more cover. It's Venom who have to try and break through that because they can't, well, they wanted to go off on different angles. Unfortunately, they weren't prepared for this one.
I mean, that's going to be a really successful grab. I don't think the bomb is going to find much because I'm not sure many people are going to be alive for it to get value on. Eevee goes down quick. That's going to guarantee, I don't know, 10, 15 more % for Ben Bradley's babes. A great shatter comes in quick from UEO as well, but unfortunately not very many elims. Zeb able to find one. Ronan gets that trade kill, though. That's a Reinhardt down. Does that mean Triple B gets out of dodge, or does that mean they fight until the bitter end? Are they going to go out tooth and nail here? And it looks like they're going to choose that tooth and nail option, stalling the point for as long as possible.
They don't necessarily need to win it because they've already got it up to 50%. Matrix is also, like, not getting punished at all. Look at that, builds up another grab! Which, I mean, is, like, commonplace here, but you can't be letting that happen.
I mean, I can't remember the last time we saw a grab come through in a while. Ronan ate one a while ago, but it really has not been very successful since then. Braja and Omo go find some elims. Eevee finds 2 of their own, and that should give Venom Ra the opportunity to cap the point. User, at the end of the day, this is going for a long time. We're getting tired. The players are getting tired. The viewers are getting tired. But how cool is it, out of all these maps we've seen, that none of them since the first Li Zhang, or even maybe including that, none of them have been a 100-0.
They haven't been one-sided to, like, give it a better detail of how significant that is. These players are still running at high energy, right? Or they've simultaneously been going lower and lower. Luckily, though, with that bomb being thrown in, it just messes up Ben!
Phenomenal combo there. I truly don't see that going any better for Venom Ra. What a shatter. They wait for the bomb to take down the Rhine, and then as the enemy Rhine goes down, any Reinhardt knows, free shatter incoming, right? Like 9 out of 10 times. Zeb trying to reset, but instead gets booped, gets T-Champ the additional ult charge. What an opener. I love to see it. It's going to be a huge opportunity now for Venom Ra to keep the momentum schmoving, to keep the wheels a-grooving. If they sneak out this victory underneath the Triple B squad, I will go bananas.
You never know. I would not test these players. They're already listening in. They're prepared. Does look like that Ryan's going to be called out. That bomb, I mean, it may be the difference maker, but the Zaryas are still up.
Well, I mean, that's going to be another back-to-back. That's a double trade on both sides. We got the double-double again. We saw it in the maps. We see it in the kill feed now. Soytep has the grab. I wouldn't be surprised to see them hold on to it a little bit. I think Venom Ra really needs to restabilize effectively before they can just be tossing out ultimates. And as they're able to do so, they made sure the Diva Mech was gone. They've got a huge ult here, but an even bigger ultimate comes out from UEO. Mikro takes down T-Champ, and the numbers in favor of Ben Bradley's babes. They are 16 seconds away from being able to win this stage. Mikro coming out, giving us their best Vraja impression. Takes down 2. Mercury finds 1 more. Supportal combat through and through. 7 seconds turn into 6, turns to 5, and Ben Bradley's there. Danger close to putting themselves on tournament point, stage point, map point.
Oh! I don't even get a moment to pay attention.
The charge strain.
With the boop they've knocked down. I mean, still though, Ben Bradley's babies have got control. The Transcendence is going to give them a bit more of a delay right now, but the bigger problem is that they're now coming back into the staggered fight, and they have sustainability, but they don't have any ultimates just yet to kind of blow out.
Oh, a surprisingly unsuccessful shatter coming out from UEO. I really thought there was an opportunity for someone to come through. There's a bunch of people alive, but apparently none of them are able to touch the point. I don't know. That might have been... No, okay, even the players are saying it. Never mind. I can't defend anybody.
C9. That was a traditional C9 because they just didn't touch the point. I saw them get off of it for a sec, not get off of it in hesitation because they were. I don't even think it was the bomb. They just kind of did it.
There was a boop on. There was a boop on like one of them, but for the other 5, there is no excuse for that C9 there. That is unfortunate to say the very least, and. We're seeing it again. There's no city center. I'm so sad. It's
okay. We got a chance.
Okay, can Soytab not be the first person to die this fight? Because Soytab had some horrible luck on this map earlier today. Let's see if they're able to live just longer than 1 person. That's the bingo card slot right now.
No, my money's on Vraja. It's just happened too many times. They come up second. Oh, he's not sports.
It's Mercury!
Oh,
and
no!
then it's Vraja! You were one off, user. You almost had that in the bag. It's going to be Zenyatta's down on both sides. It's a lot of damage removed from the fight. Immediately, that Discord Orb really lives up to do quite a bit of damage. Matrix takes down Eevee quickly. Omo not far behind. Yu-Gi-Oh goes down, but I think the damage has been done here. Ben Bradley's Babes, they have the point advantage. The first team to cap the point has a 61% chance of winning the stage, and that means Ben Bradley's Babes have a statistical 61% chance of winning the whole series, but 97% of statistics are made up or fabricated, so everything I just said is a big old lie. We are jumping right back in. Venom Ra, they are looking to win it, looking to tie things up.
Is that like a secondary correct? That's the second fight that was about to start. Vraja fell.
I'll count it. I'll count it.
I'll count it too. You know, I need some morality right now. But the fight's really committing up right here. Venom don't have the angles that they really want to be taking. You still see them trying to go for those opportunities that have been catching them out every single time. Now with Toki having the rally, the rest of the team has the confidence to go in for the bomb.
Oh!
Oh!
It takes 2 ultimates, but I mean, hey, you're getting your value through and through. Soytab commits a very questionable grab, and it creates a little bit of time. The bomb comes out, but I don't think it's going to be able to find anybody. It clips around the corner. You're not going to get killed through a wall with that bomb. That is a lot of ultimates down the drain for Venom Ra here. Ben Bradley's Babes, they are halfway done with the point, and I can't remember the last time Venom even touched the point.
I mean, they just haven't had a chance because they're walking in and they're going the same angle, which is what they're forced to do. They now have the ultimates to kind of make up for that factor, but you're seeing the backup, you're seeing the wait for the grab, and they may be able. Wait, no, they got hit by the shatter.
Shatter comes in. It's going to be that double charge once again. Both Reinhardts go down. Both get right back up. There's the beats. There's the transcendences. I mean, it is just every ultimate here in the possibility, the realm of possibility. The ult-apocalypse, if you will, is upon us. And Eevee able to dodge out that left ship. Takes down Toki. There goes another player. Ronin and Mikro down. 2 supports missing for Ben Bradley's Babes to Zenyatta, the sole survivor. And Eevee has another shatter. I just cannot get over how quickly these shatters are happening. Soytab finds a grab kill onto Mercury and Venom Ra. They are finally back in the swing of things. The bomb not going to find diddly squat, but Venom Ra, they have captured the point nonetheless.
What I find more impressive was the fact that I believe the grab knocks them off the point. Have you ever seen the Cardi video where you get to see the pointage and how like unforgiving it is on this map? They just get knocked out. We get the point flip. Venom can now just like lose percentages of this fight, but have the overall pick. Vraja just needs to stay alive so the shatter can land. Oh no!
Necro takes out Vraja once again. Vraja first one down in a fight, and Eevee is going to pay the price of that as well. Soytab also punching their ticket across the river Styx here. Ben Bradley's Babes coming in hot as Matrix is just ripping this team apart. I keep trying to say, oh, the tank line is doing really well, but that's because there is no DPS, so of course the tank line's doing well. It's just such like a traditional caster comment to make, and I've had to stop myself a couple dozen times.
Trying to give love to, you know, the team players that don't always get the love they kind of get more messed up with. But now it's last fight territory, and I wonder, will we see them suffer? Because they look like on communications, they really wanted to split up. But the shatter caught the Zen! No, the poor soul, they didn't peel! They have to go on the point!
There's few ways to lose this fight right now, user. I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be a tough opportunity. The bomb comes out. I don't think they were even gonna need it. Soytab does find Yu-Gi-Oh! But Zeb's bombs have been huge. Does that live up to tail? No, not gonna be able to find a darn shooting thing either. Soytab finds another elimination. Venom Ra, a couple of moments ago when I thought they were down and out instead, are finally coming back to life as Soytab, a high charge Zarya, is just ripping this team to shreds. They got the DMAC. They could have found a huge grab there and possibly put themselves in a position to win the stage. But as Ben Bradley's Babes needs 1% to win this tournament, we're gonna see right here, right now, if they're gonna be able to do that.
I mean, the grab is really what they've been working on, but they don't have that shatter nor bomb that they usually like to combo with it. Oh wait, they're caught in the air. That's really good for side of Ben.
Wow. Ben is also going to put a grab out pretty early here. Yu-Gi-Oh finds one, Matrix finds another. The rally comes out too little too late on the side of Toki. Yu-Gi-Oh goes down. Mercury has to commit that Transcendence. The Reinhardt missing on both sides. Venom Ra, they simply do not have the numbers to keep this alive. We are looking at a full-blown 99-99. They lose in a devastating moment. That grab picks them up off the ground. That is enough for the Triple B squad to swoop in, and that guarantees that they are your champions of...
The babies have grown their legs.
They did it. They've got up, they've walked away, and they've run. Before we knew it, they were off to college. They were off to Map 6, and they were off to being grand finalist champions of the Behind the Scenes and Natter Community Staff GOAT Tournament. Absolutely amazing series. Absolutely wonderful time, and absolutely just GOAT's moment.
There's nobody happier that this match is over than the players. I mean, more specifically, Venom, Raw. And I feel some of those players at the end were definitely running on fumes. I still think that they were at least running at 100%. They were no longer 120%. Giving you random statistic numbers so I sound a bit more like an intellectual. But I think that grab is one of the better examples. Gets knocked up onto the wall. Eevee had Shatter. Eevee could have ended that fight and brought us over to the stage that you wanted so badly. But because they're in the air, follow-up wasn't possible. And it just set up for Ben Bradley's Babes to be able to get that victory. And I think they absolutely worked for it. They had very talented players. They had, I think, in the end, the better usage in their ult combinations and their ult abilities, and it showed in those last fights.
Absolutely. What a series and what a great one at that. But, folks, as sad as it is, that does... Oh, wait, I'm waiting. User has more things to say.
Oh, I did, because we got so wrapped up in the game that we truly forgot to thank one of our last sponsors, which is Questline, because Questline Esports are coaches and casters helping you on your casual to competitive experience. So I highly recommend that you check them out on Questline, on Twitter at Questline ES for tournaments and coaching, and at High Ground OW for pugs, game shows, and more. Honestly, we should have given them a bit more love beforehand, but the matches were so intense.
We never had time.
Yeah, we didn't have time. And
Questline. I love Questline, guys. Ad read aside, I love Questline. They do great things over there. You really should go check them out. I really do. I genuinely think they do great things. So you really should give them a check.
And if we're giving a bit more love to our sponsors, we also have BPL, who were the people
I love BPL.
BPL,
go check them out.
Some of our producers, I think it's like 6 in the morning for some of them, or it's like, regardless, they are like staying up. They've been doing an amazing job keeping production high value. Though they may be overly tired, they make sure to keep the game as hype as possible, and we could not do it without them.
Absolutely, we could not. And folks, I think now it is time to call it a night. That was my fault. We definitely should have done that before we called it an evening. But a huge shout out to everybody that made this tournament possible, whether it be us or the other casters or the production behind the scenes, our observers, our producers, Natter for getting this whole thing going on and running. A huge shout out to Raven in the back line as well. All of the teams for coming out and having a wonderful time. And of course, all of you for watching. That is all from User and myself. Check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. We'll see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Greatness can be found in anyone, anywhere. But raw talent without guidance, practice, and focus is nothing. Every legend had a teacher. So let's get started with Rank Up. Get top-tier coaching in a new way to level up your gameplay. Professional boot camps with guest pro players, on-demand coaching for when you need it most, hero guides crafted by professionals. Learn to win. Signups begin soon.